Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Palace of the Dead solo stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we're trying again the final 20 floors. Let's see if I get it this time. Last time, we finished on a hilarious note where I did most everything, I would say, decently right on Behemoth. But then, right at the end, I made one mistake and didn't heal up enough by forgetting to reapply my sustaining potion in time. Which meant that it took 2 tries to get Behemoth down, which of course meant that it took an additional Lust, and an additional Strength, and an additional Steel, so bit low on resources now. So hopefully we'll be able to make it. Last time we got to this set of floors, the thing that wiped me was, as Silvermint mentions, everything was going perfectly fine. But I forgot that auto attacks also push the bomb that you're supposed to push. Which pushed it into a position where it couldn't do anything. And on the run back, I ran out of resources and time, so hopefully we'll get it first try this time. Or maybe we don't even reach it. Maybe I die to a luring trap on floor 185 or something. With that said, hey Jake, hey Rust, hey Lana, hey Aridel, hey Liv, hey Zav, hey Sally, hey Kazu Dragoon, hey Nox, hey Caroline, hey Ceres, hey Marcus, hey Giraheen, hey Yannick, hey Lawrence, hey Silvermint, hey Agent Monica, hey Boobomet. I hope you're all doing very well. Nox ate a whole chocolate cake instead of buying gacha. I mean, oh yeah, that's a good point. I should be using affluence and fortune early. Also, hey, see, oh, I'm Emily, I guess. Welcome to the Cult of the Pink. Thank you so much for the support. I had to, like, dissect the name for a second. Also, hey, Rillian. Hope you're doing well. Remember, Ricochet will bounce the bomb also. Oh, yeah, true. And hey, Bronto. Hope you're doing well. But that is something pretty funny I just really wanted to highlight really quickly from Nox. It said, I managed to resist spending money on the gacha. Bought and ate a whole chocolate cake instead. Sometimes the important thing is that you're spending money on something that makes you happy. And sometimes saving money by not buying, you know, things from gacha games doesn't necessarily mean you have more money if you end up spending it on something else. But does it matter if it makes you happy? Like, I know some people that are like strictly against the notion of a subscription model game in general, but will gladly spend 2, 3, 4, 5 times as much money out in the city on food and drinks. That's not me going, haha, hypocrisy or something. I'm just saying, do what makes you happy, right? So if buying some gacha, as long as you don't, like, blow all of your savings on it, like, doesn't hurt anyone. Do what makes you happy. Why are people sad? Buvumet says, I had a friend who bought thousands of euros of gacha stuff, but criticized me for playing Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, that's ironic. The happiness I get from eating a whole cake will be countered by the really bad stomach it's gonna cause me in the next 24 hours. Yes. Pretty much. But yeah, indeed, it's like, it's really easy to criticize others for the things they like to spend money on, when what it really comes down to is the reason why you don't support them doing that is because you spent yours on something else, right? Like a typical argument for subscription-based games is that usually the subscription-based games, if they're made well, give you enough value that someone who like plays through games, finishes games, and then toss it aside next game will be spending more money on games than the person who just plays their single subscription game. Yes, the person who just like grinds through games don't have to pay every month for that. But every time they pick up a new game, they might have to pay for that. And there you go. They have a different subscription model, you could say. And I agree, Liv. Spend on what you love and what you enjoy. Right, let me make sure that I have the things that I need. Yep. Might as well eat some food buff before we go in, instead of entering and then going, oh right, food buff. A17 Master and Scarlet, hope you're both doing well. What's this? Oh, that's a good start. And this. And this. Weird. For some reason, my brain was like, I don't remember seeing a single grenade last time I was on these floors. What? But I'm certain there were some, and I just don't remember it well. Exactly, Gerald. Plenty of stuff to do. Oh, it dropped the treasure. I didn't even see. In before it's a mimic. Are you ready? Are you a mimic? You're a flight. Sure. Oh boy. Sprout an M1N? That's perfectly possible. Since the Sprout icon is lost by two things, not just one. It could be an alt. It's probably an alt. ATT about? Hope you're doing well. Ow. It is unlikely that it would be someone's first character that is a Sprout in M1N. They would have had to run really fast through the game. It's a possibility. Unlikely. Not the exit. One impressive speedrun if that's the case. Oh, well, in fairness, back in Endwalker, Smallkai managed to complete the everything, all the MSQ that was available before they lost their Sprout icon. I think it was like 1 or 2 sessions after I had completed the Golbez story in a 6.4 that I lost the icon. So if you're very direct with where you're going, you're not doing like optional content anywhere, then it's very possible. But if you're playing like, you know, your average person who would probably explore optional content here and there. Is the exit in that room? Oh boy. Well, that's a great start. We have the exit in a party room. I could use a rage and then just like go to town, but I only have 2. I have a fortune, maybe this will work. Maybe not. Might have been better to just use the remaining 30 seconds. Yeah, fortune scam. Sounds about right. Is Machinist the best job for soloing this? It's generally considered one of, if not the best. Another flight. Thanks, I guess. And that is a big shame. I basically got nothing. The Machinist is really good. Tanks are pretty good at it, simply because, like, you know, it probably comes as no surprise that tanks are good at soloing stuff. But they often have to rely on tricks like abusing traps I should use one of these. Abusing traps. To, well, essentially as a way to amplify their damage. And because their damage output is a little lower, they don't have time to stand around as much and think about what they're going to do next. You kind of, like, you can do that, but you have to be fighting something while you're doing that, otherwise it's just not going to work. It's not the safest way to dodge that. I'm not very lucky with the rooms that I'm getting here. Well, this floor feels rather cursed. I'm just gonna leave. I do see there's a treasure there, but every time I try to approach it, it felt like there was like an ice sprite or one of the insects just like looking straight at me. So just no, not worth it. Sight. That's really ironic. Welcome to the blind floor. Here's your sight, Pomander. Okay. Also, this floor... ah, yes. Here's the whole floor. You can see everything. There's nothing here. There's actually nothing here. We want some Gilboran potshots? No? Well, that's the only thing you'll find on this floor. Ah, yes. The first bronze chest on your left is guarded by an enemy you really don't want to fight. Also, it's also guarding the path forward, so enjoy that. Can you look the other way, buddy? Yeah, the thing is, I've actually, as some of you know, I have tried a run as Pictomancer already. And the thing I ran into with Pictomancer was specifically that while Pictomancer has amazing burst, like insane burst, it doesn't really handle the opponent responding super well. Like, it can do that, like it has a barrier, right? It has a dash, it can move, but if the enemy does something you need to interrupt, then Yeah, no, you just have to hope that you kill them first. Like, if whenever a mimic appears, you're going to get pox when you reach a certain floor count. Unless you're really lucky with the damage. I'm going to try. Are you kidding me? Thank you, Erdil. Yeah, essentially for the first, like, 100+ floors, Pictomancer just looks at things and they die. You just look at them and they just... But once you stop being able to do that, the enemies start to respond, and then it's up to your skill whether you actually know how to deal with that. Which does mean in a way that in a roundabout fashion, it makes it a lot easier, because most of the time, the only question you have to ask yourself is, did I do enough damage? Like, did I do as much damage as I could have done? And if the answer is yes, then that was what you had. Why are there so many ice sprites? Can you leave? Can you go away? Why are there so many mobs that suck on these floors? Like, on the last set of 10, I was like, oh man, I can't wait to get to this set of floors, because the mobs that suck don't suck as much as Ansu's. And then I get to these floors with no steel or strength to spare, and I'm not finding anything. So the enemies that are like, well, they're doable if you have steel. Well, they're basically just walls. You just can't do it. You just can't. Nothing you can do. Music change? What is it you're called again? Medium. It's the Kaidi boys. That's manageable though. Also, we have health down. That's fun. Oh, well, we found the exit. So that's something, I guess. This is going to suck with health down. I really don't want to kite into a room with a crawler in it. Oh, I'll have to get back to that later. Oh! These guys! Oh, I almost pulled that. What is the Aurora treatment? Ow. Loot? Why? Why? I'm only getting flights pretty much. There's basically no treasures, and every time I finally get one, it's flight. As I was saying. Yeah, Lamau even. Like, it's only flight, and then it's like, I give the game a chance to be like, you know what? We see the problem. We'll try to be nicer, and the game just goes, next. Here's another one. And here's a room with a gold treasure defended by mobs I don't want to fight. Yeah, the game is trying to tell me something. It's kind of being like, it's not happening. Not this one. It was cursed. Affluence altar spam. What will I do if I get a mimic floor? Oh, a mimic room, I should say. If you get mimics, you panic. Oh, great. Ah, yes. If we get that configuration, then you die, I guess. Good luck. That is a good suggestion. Let's try that. Not a fan of how close you are to the exit, buddy. This could work. That treasure's lost. If the exit room is a mimic room, well, in that case, the run was cursed from the start, as I said. And then I turn, and it's a mimic room. That. And it's the exit. As I was saying, this run was cursed. That's incredible. Like, amazingly funny, but also really sad. But amazingly funny. And it's a silver chest. And it's defending a bronze chest. I didn't mean to pull you. Can you go back? Can you, like, just go back to the spot you were at? That's a gold chest. Is it flight? It's affluence. we got a refund. But only on one of them. The other one is just cursed. It's too bad. That's amazing. Wait, I'm coming! You're really far away. Like, if there's something that Palace of the Dead is good at, it's comedic timing. Reminds me of my first Palace of the Dead solo attempt years ago with Summoner, where I was like, oh man, if I get another luring trap right now, it's over, and then I stepped in a luring trap. Like, we're talking, oh, I got a refund on my fortune from earlier that also didn't work. Like, it was so perfect, I was like, if I step in another luring trap, I'm dead. And then I stepped in a luring trap. Hey babies, hope you're doing well. On the one hand, it looks like that, babies, but basically this entire set of floors has been one big troll. Like, that's the easiest way for me to explain it. I've basically been trolled this entire run so far. Let's say that, just to give you one example of what you missed, is that this floor I used Affluence and Alteration. And we were just talking about what do I do if it's a Mimic Room. The Mimic Room was behind me, and someone went, what if the Mimic Room is the exit room? The Mimic Room was the exit. Charles says, is Machinist the only class people do this on? Machinist is like one of the best suited for this. So people that are doing this, like to get their first clear, you could say, would be more likely to choose something like Machinist simply because it would be easier. Doing it with less optimal jobs like Monk, Viper, Black Mage is usually done deliberately to challenge yourself. So that might be the reason why you don't see people use those very often. Hey Byron, hope you're doing well. You might have entered Palace as a machinist, but the Palace recognized you as a comedian. Yeah, that sounds about right. Good thing no one asked if it was a treasure room too. The first floor, the exit was a party room. That was the exit. And I used a fortune and a rage on that. And got nothing. Like, actually nothing from it. Like, I've basically been trolled the entire run. Speaking of... Hey, FFXIV, hope you're doing well. I feel like everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. What? Is it possible to sneak past there? If I get one of the dragons, I'm basically dead. Well, now it's not possible. Sight will help. Ow. The exit is there. You know, it could be worse. It could have felt a lot more possible. My options as I see it is use rage, but I only have one left, so if this happens again, I'm done. So I don't know if there's something I'm missing. Ow. Can you stop that? Hey Kozari, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think the best I can do is sustaining potion, fortune, rage, and then just hope that I get a replacement. Oh, there's the trap! Yeah, if I had tried to sneak, I might have just stepped in that. Come on and slam! Oh, no, 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 no. I get the first slap. Take that. I slap first. I am the high-fivey boy. You're not. You're a worm. Slap. And slap. In before, by the time I'm returning to exit, a new dragon has spawned. Dragons have spawned. Look, that's also a wormy boy. Take this! And you too. Well, we got a replacement fortune. Not exactly what I wanted. You're kidding me, man. This is incredibly cursed. What did you drop? Oh, thanks. 4 max potions. I was running low. What are you? A strength. What are you? Intuition? Really? Ow. Yeah. We might as well. I'd rather fight a mimic than most of the enemies on these floors. Zeddy says, listening in, this set sounds insanely truly. Sounds? What the? Can I hide from that in any way? Can I avoid pulling both somehow? It's the... Okay, we can work with that. I don't know why Palace of the Dead hates me this much. I don't know what I did. Are you serious? Oh yeah, we have our third patrol bro. He's coming in. He's a little slow. He always he's late for breakfast. This is the revenge for the ruined jobs video. Wow. Did the Palace of the Dead take that personally? Don't put extra cooldown on our favorite baby, Machinist. Still a clear angle. Well, maybe. Like, here's the thing, Brontome. If I stopped believing it was possible, then I would probably just have gone, well, it's over, and just sat down somewhere. Or even just exited. But for now, I still believe it is possible. A new challenger! I should have pre-sprinted there. It's really stupid is what it is. You don't just give up after 6 hours of Palace of the Dead. Well, that's the thing, is that just because you invested 6 hours, no reason to continue if it's already clearly impossible. And that is true, Yannick, is that the GAMs are good. The thing that I find funny is that I don't even know what's left on this floor. I don't know if I'll ever figure out what's left on this floor, because this dragon is bogarting the room. Have you ever gotten a solo clear? No, I have not, Emily. Sneak to the left of it? What? Yeah, witching. I have 2. Are the dragons that dangerous? Yes. They're basically... you die. So also... Do you see how little space there is there, Yannick? I'm going to touch its targeting reticle. No, I'm Emily. There's another one named Emily. The acro cone is in front. So what you're saying is try and sneak past, and if it doesn't work, witching? Ow. Thanks. My God. Oh boy, two worms. Where's the exit? Hey guys, do you know where the exit? Oh, I found the mimic room. Of course it's a mimic room. Why wouldn't it? Ow. Be a mimic room. Of course it's a mimic room. I don't know what I expected. I don't know why I even bothered. Of course, the actual treasure in the mimic room is also a mimic. But let me put it like this, guys. If I was alone, like just on my own, after 6 hours of, like, plus, actually, more than 6 hours of proccing to this point, and then getting this as my, set, I would be pretty mad. But because I'm streaming, at least we all get to laugh. At least, ow, there is a little bit of sunshine in the rain. And at least we all can laugh at the insanity that is literally this. Charles, if you die, or rather if you lose, because dying doesn't mean losing. I have a pomander that gives me a new, like, a res if I die. But if you lose for any reason, it's back to floor 1. All the way back to floor 1. And if you're past floor 100... I mean... Are you kidding me? I was actually, like, you saw that I stood there for a moment thinking about whether I should open it, because maybe it was another mimic. And then I was like, nah, what's the chance? 100% apparently. At least you still need kills. Yeah, I'm really happy that, you know, I'm going to use the purity. I think I can make sure this one doesn't give it to me. At least I still need kills. But also, why is it all of the mimics here give me max potions? Ow. Right, the worm. A resolution. Yeah, I have a resolution. Ow. Not the exit. So the exit is there. Ow. Of course. Are you are you serious? Yeah. It's another mimic, place your bets. It's worse. It was a useless item. I found the Garm, guys. Worm is sound aggro. Is it? Need to dump all flights, altars, and prey. Yeah, pretty much. I have one altar left. Ow. I mean, one thing is that it's sound aggro, but it also just turns and smacks you sometimes. I can't sneak past that. It takes too long. Behind the dino, that? Takes too long for them to move? That's also true. I feel like we need like Metal Gear Solid music, I guess. Oh boy. Look, guys, it was actually not a dragon. It was actually a chicken. With a really, really big costume. Oh, never mind. It found the costume. No, don't re-witch. Just kill it. I only have one. We need to save those. You see, the big chicken nugget. Yeah. Are you a mimic? You're thanks. Ow. You're. No, it's a lust guy. Can I sneak past that front way because it's sound? Guys earned her nuggies. Thank you, David. Hope you're doing well. Dun, 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 dun. Given the amount of time that we need for the boss, we have like 4 or 5 minutes left to do 2 floors. And I don't think I can do that. Straight up, I don't think I can do that. I'm not good enough at Palace of the Dead to do that. And also, there's a reason why this set of floors has taken me so long. It's because the entire set of floors is cursed. Like, I'm just telling you, consider for a moment. Oh, you just have to rush. You just have to get a little lucky. And remember that there's a reason why we are in this predicament. And it's because, imagine, everything that can go wrong has gone wrong. Emily says, I suppose prog is prog either way. My record is 190. So this is not prog. Technically, it's not prog. Strength now, that is probably a good idea. But not now. I need to find something to kill. Yeah, exactly, Campfire King. If only I had a rage right now. That would be nice. Oh, man. Ow. What do I fight? I can only see dragons and worms. Ow. Find Alta? I guess it's there? Did you know that you actually walk faster if you're sprinting? Wow! What the? Look, I'm just gonna say, as I said just a moment ago, I'm not good enough to make it in like 3 minutes. So what I'm going to say instead is that I'm actually kind of mad that that all of the luck of this entire set was invested in you'll get Kurragans on a party room on floor 188. Like, thanks. Bit late for that. I don't... Ow. Ow. I can't finish the last floor in 2 minutes. Yeah, exactly, FFXIV. If it wasn't for the timer, I would have been fine. In fact, I think I would have had no problem getting, like, clearing Palace of the Dead solo if it wasn't for the timer. And yeah, we also have a rage. I'm not gonna risk it. I do see the exit is there. I'm trying to accumulate kills. In retrospect, if I want to pick up any chests, I don't think I have time for it. Campfire King says, petition, if you run solo, you should get 70 minutes instead of 60. I should just leave. Yeah. I forgot that I need to hold some damage for that. Never punished. I think that's close enough. I hope that's close enough, because I'm not gonna risk it now. A little push. Ugh. I think it's Chaiji impossible. Remember when you said you didn't have enough time? You know, in retrospect, Supplement, right as the boss was reaching like 4%, I actually glanced at the time, was like, oh man, I actually had time to pick up the chests in the previous room. I didn't have that time? Didn't I have 3 minutes left? Thank you, Marcus. At least you don't have a boss next set, that's true. Look, you were having, they would have all been mimics. You know, that is actually a really, really good point. Every single one would have been mimics. This entire set, like this entire set of floors was cursed beyond belief. Like, completely cursed. Sakurai says, that's not many poems left. Nope. But that was what it took. It's a speed run to the exit. So that's not good. It's not good. And thank you, Yannick. It was one blessing with... That's the thing, Ross, is that the entire set of floors was cursed, and then, like, right at the end, we get a Corrigan treasure room. And all I can say to that is, I wish I didn't get that, but the rest of the floors had been okay. Like, I would have traded that instantly if someone was like, would you like a really good thing on floor 188? Or an okay floor, every floor. Well, I just need a moment to actually glance at the next 10 floors in this guide here. See, the guys with the gravestones are death. And they only appear on the last 3 floors. The cause guys, steel recommended and tactician before pull. Because they do a gap closer. That can just destroy you if it crits. Fun! And there's also mimics. According to... What? Is that true? What? It says here that on these last 10 floors, mimics require steel. That true? Mimics it very hard? Yeah, I noticed. So is that a yes? So what do we do if I find a mimic? I just die then. You hit for 4,000. You use witching. Do I have witching left? I have 1, right? I'm pretty sure I have 1. The... Ahriman are dangerous. Steel... What? It says here that it's medium difficulty, but also steel required. On the last 10 floors, the mimics are medium and don't require steel. Don't open chests if you don't need to. Did you see my palm count, Caroline? I think the answer to that is we do need to. Some mobs requiring steel might be killed if you don't have it, but it's like rolling a dice. Yeah, I get that, Yannick. The reason why it's confusing me is because on the last 10 floors, something that was called medium means that you can kind of just fight it. And something that is hard is usually the ones where like you click it and then it's like, oh yeah, you need a steel for this? Can you not see Poemenders right now? Nope. I'm not in Palace of the Dead. I'm outside. I took a picture of them. Right, let's see. 3 safety, 1 strength, 2 affluence, 2 flight, 2 purity, 1 fortune, 1 witching, 1 serenity, 3 intuition, woo! 2 racing, and 3 resolution. Yeah, the problem is that if a lot of enemies are like, you kind of need steel, then it means that, given that I don't have a steel, most enemies are effectively off limits then, right? The idea is to use chest generation palms as soon as you can. Steel has high chance on early floors. That's good to know. Resolution is useful, is it not? On some of them, the iron cores, the mummy, which is an easy enemy, so not necessary. The wraith, which is also easy. Why is the dragon easy this time? Also, actually, it's easier to remember what enemies are not affected by resolution than the ones that are. The Ahriman, the Hippogriff, the Trap, the Fly Trap, and the Mimic. But basically everything on these floors that are weak to resolution either are undead or look kinda dead. Babis, do you mean this? Oh, like that. It'd be in analysis, I think. Oh, perhaps. Oh boy. It looks very chaotic. Resolution is easy to die to if you get careless. Some mobs have stun resistance, making them especially tricky. Oh, that is an interesting point. The Onyx Dragon, the two-headed cores, the Knight, and the Keepers, which you shouldn't be fighting anyway, are immune to stun, so I assume even if they take a ton of damage from resolution, they will not get stunned from it, and then you just die from the counterattack. Hey Chilitators, hope you're doing well. As far as I know, it doesn't one-shot anything on these floors. It's really strong, but it doesn't one-shot anything by these floors. You have to lead the target with your resolution cast after you engage. Oh yeah, I know. Enjoy your day, Emily. Up sustaining potion before resolution. You know, there's something funny about them being called sus potions. It'll take on average 3 shots to kill. But something that is worth mentioning. How long is it that it takes to run on the final floor to the completion? Because as far as I know, like usually the way I meter it is that I'm behind if I don't have 6 minutes per floor. And when I know that a boss takes over 6 minutes, then it means that like you have to subtract that from the remaining floors. So like if you have 3 floors left, but you have 18 minutes, if you know the boss is going to take 7, then you're behind, because you need 19 minutes for those 3 floors, at least. Hopefully, on average. 40 seconds with sprint, faster probably if you include Peloton. Oh yeah. Yeah, by using them in extension of each other. So like a minute. So you can distribute the remaining 59 minutes on the rest of the floors. Which doesn't quite lead to 7 minutes, but like 6 and some. Campfire King says speed buffs don't stack. That is correct. But you use sprint for 20 seconds and then use Peloton for 20 seconds, because 40 seconds. The way speed buffs work in Final Fantasy XIV is if you're affected by multiple speed buffs, you only gain the value of the strongest one. I actually have a Mythbuster video where I demonstrate this in practice. It's really confusing to demonstrate because the way you can test it on your own is if you can find like a path where you can make sure you run in a straight line, you grab like a stopwatch and then you start running at exactly a specific time, and then you run until you reach a specific point, and then, you know, pause the stopwatch. And then for your second run, you use a different combination of buffs. So like if you want to demonstrate that Peloton and Sprint doesn't stack, you would need to have, you know, Peloton on the Sprint on the first run, and then Sprint and Peloton on the second run, and see that you get just as far. But if you have two players, then the problem is that because you see your position ahead of time and you see theirs in the in the past, essentially, because of latency, you would need two friends to demonstrate it with like more than one person, because you need to observe them. Like you'd need to have like a pull timer, have them both run at exactly the same time with whatever things you want to compare, and they have to run in, like at exactly the same angle as well, which is often attained by like entering a duty, because you all will face forward. So if you like don't turn, you can run exactly forward. And then you can test it. But it makes it really complicated. I was under the impression that the 3 speed buffs in the game were identical, the only outlier being the PvP swift sprint effect. No. So just the speed buffs in PvE, you have Ninja, who just passively runs 10% faster. That doesn't stack with anything else, so if you have a better speed buff than that, then Ninja runs that speed instead. Peloton is 20%. Monk's 6-sided star is 20% from my tests. Sprint is 30%, and Expedient is 30%. In PvP, they actually make it a lot easier, because all speed buffs that are actions straight up say how much they speed boost you by, if I remember correctly. Like, see, that actually says 50%. Smudge is Sprint too, right? I think so. Yeah, Sprint straight up just says 50%. The various speed buffs in PvP usually will be 25 or 50%. And then there's the Swift Sprint in, like, Crystalline Conflict. Which I'm not sure how fast that is, because I haven't bothered to check, but going out on a limb here, it's probably more than 50%. Main targets are mummies, traps, dragons, and raids. It's pretty funny that the dragons are like the main cause, considering how dangerous they were in the previous set. Right. I will be right back, and then we will attempt the last 10 floors with what I have left. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Kai gets to floor 200 and suddenly there's a boss manatee standing in front of the bench. Its name, the Watcher. Just this. Waiting on the bench. Hi! Yeah, part of the problem, the reason why I spent time looking over like the sheet with the information on the various enemies before I go in is because as I'm streaming, I have the game on like my main monitor, then I have OBS on another monitor just to see if something if any problems arise, and then I have all of you on another monitor. The thing is, because you can see the actual stream feed has the chat, I can see you on both of them. So that's the reason why it feels like I can look anywhere, I can still see what you're saying. But that of course means I don't have 4 monitors, and it gets really hectic if I also needed the spreadsheet on Palace of the Dead. So on the one hand, I have the disadvantage of not having that. On the other hand, I have the advantage of basically not everyone has this, but I have this magic special ability when I'm doing Palace of the Dead where like I look at a situation, I go, what am I supposed to do? And then like 2 or 3 magical helpers appear and go, just do this, man. You just do this. It's easy. You just do this. And then you do it, and then it just works. Smartphone exists for a 4th screen when necessary. That would be really funny. Yeah, alternatively, Babis, I die horribly, or maybe I don't. The thing is, it's my choice to choose to do it. A funny example of that was everyone going, just sneak past the dragon. And on the one hand, you could say it didn't turn out as expected. On the other hand, I spent a long time thinking about it. So people gave the advice, then I thought about it, then I moved, and then it was too late. You have the special trait called phone a friend? Yeah, exactly. Even without streaming, having 3 monitors is great. Absolutely. Kai's doing the barrel stabilize animation in real life. Yeah. Everybody gangsta until Caetsu equips monitor 6. I will say more than 3 monitors starts to be like, what would you even put there? And also, where do you put it? Like, it starts to become like a logistics issue. Like, I guess you put it up like above the main monitor. Did you finally beat Behemoth? Oh, Perrin, I beat Behemoth last week, and also the week before, like the run before this. This time I beat the Godfather. Which means that we're back to Prague. We just have 10 floors left. Gotta have that one vertical monitor so people know your code. Yeah, I feel like the thing is, I get the advantage of the vertical monitor, but the asymmetry of it makes my brain go like, no! Which is really ironic because my 3 monitors are different size and like specs. Who do you think is the hardest deep dungeon boss? That's a good question. And I don't think I'm the best one to answer it. It says your first time in 190 on stream? Yes, it is, Silvermane. Well, it's my first time past 190. This is my second try on 190. Are you doing the last 10 levels or not? Sorry, we're doing them this stream, Safik. I'm just, I'm scared that I go in and do... Like, actually, I just remembered that I need to make sure I have my food buff before I go in. Like, I'm expecting that I go in and immediately do something stupid. And then die. No, the plan is that we do this. I'm not hating you, Safik Fair. You're hating me. We're all cowards. Wow, that looked very nice. Are you kidding me? I forgot that I was supposed to not do that. That was not the smartest thing to do. But it was better to do that than to just die. Oh boy. Just in time. Wow. Wow, I got it. Are you serious? Wow. Where's Steel? Don't have him. I ate them. I crunched them on the previous floors. A hippogriff safe? Not really, but maybe. Might as well pop affluence. Yeah, I should. I should also pop this. Thank you, Shaq. Ow. The cursed run continues. Thank you so much for the super chat, Campfire King. Guy with a special steel-shaped throat. Where's Steel at? What are you? I don't know if I actually want to open that while the patrolly boys are coming. The patrolly boys. Beeline for the other chest? Yeah. Oh, a witching. Are they sight? The proximity. Don't get too close. I'll try my best. Hello. Hey! Fly traps are hearing. Is the easiest thing to fight here. Keep your distance. Okay, excellent. In before I die to this. Burning bridges, isn't that on NA? I've heard that there's DDoS issues on NA. Where's the exit? There! Oh right, you come this way. We considered cross-class action hide. Does that actually help? Like as a ninja, is that a thing? Oh, there's a trap here as well. Thanks. This is a problem. I don't know where the exit is. And those patrols are really getting in the way. How can you tell where the traps are? I was talking about the plant, FFXIV. It's called a trap. It's okay, FFXIV. That's a legitimate question. Some people would think, how can you tell? Because what you will often see is that people that are more that are used to Palace of the Dead will walk through rooms in a specific way, and some part of it like leaning towards the walls and such. Oh, there's a treasure room in there. I hope that isn't the exit. Bruh. Like leaning towards the edge of the room reduces the chance you'll run right into a trap. It works up to like level 30 or something. Isn't it like working on up to X amount of levels over you or something like that? Oh boy. Lag spike on your end. For some reason, YouTube does that sometimes, and then blames me. Fun. I experienced no lag in game. Oh, the exit is in the party room. Is it still lag spiking, everyone? What the way? And there's these guys coming through every so often while this is happening. Witching and resolution. That is a good idea. I mean, I don't know what to say on the lag spike thing. Happens sometimes. But I didn't feel anything in game. Nothing. And I don't know if it's like ISP lag spike or if it's YouTube. But if it's only YouTube that is having issues, and it feels like it's YouTube, right? How do I do this? Do I just run in and then witching? Because witching has a range. Advice? There is only... Well, there's actually multiple. I'm not sure what to do. Aim for just the... Do you see how many... Like, how that... Like... Do you see that? Like, there are 3 not undead monsters in the room. The problem here is I don't know how big the aggro range is on these guys. That was probably a huge waste. See, the thing is, Obese, all the other times these patrols were coming through, I could stand here safely. So either that specific patrol has taken 30 years to decide to come by this way, or I don't know. It feels weird, but I guess it's just inconsistent. There's a chance. Nope. Nope. Doing that wrong. Yep, nope. Got that entirely wrong, and now I don't have the resources to do the trick, and I'm fighting a mummy anyway. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Please, no. That's the saddest way to go out. I'm going to attempt to get it. I should have just done that from the beginning. I'm going to try. I'm so low on Pomanders that I need these. A rage. "15 minutes wasted on the first floor." Nah, I'm just gonna Serenity. Maybe I could have used a rage instead of that, but Hey, Bonzi. Long story short, this entire set, these 20 floors, or well, the last 10 floors, and I would say the beginning of these, have been so cursed that I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Wouldn't Rage have been better? Maybe it would, Sakurai. But I already used the Serenity. Because I saw the gloom and thought Serenity. So it's too late. You see? No chance to change it now. And Rage is better spent in the last floor, so it's also that. We found the exit. Nope. Bloom is manageable with most of the mobs on this floor, but definitely not the patrols. Well, the reason why, Vabis, is that I'm not... Like, you see how much damage the mummies do? I'm not skilled enough to kite them well enough when I have very little space to work with. And the patrols here mean that I don't have that much space to work with. So I'm simply not good enough to deal with it. And I have to just assume that. Like, that's just a part of it. So just going, it should be possible, will just lead to, like, sadness and loss. And exactly, no more raisings. I just spent every single chance that I had to make it past the first floor. Like, in the time frame where you looked away, FFXIV, I think, I used 2 raisings back to back because I did something stupid. Oh, there's another room. I was expecting the course to turn around. Do you just speedrun these floors? If that's the hope, but I can't. Thank you, Nonsense. I don't think you've seen me win these. I haven't won these. This is prog. Like, as soon as you get the exit, you just leave? Yeah, kind of? Affluence and flight for next floor? We can do that. I mean, we can do all three. It's exactly what I have. Have all three out at once? Well, that's why in your statement you say or. But you did say or at least. I guess. I got it wrong. Wow, what a beautiful sight. It's first person Final Fantasy XIV. Let's try it. Nope. Never lucky. Sure, why not? Isn't a revived palm in my inventory? I used all of them on floor 1. They basically got eaten like chips. Just done. Technically there were only 2, so it's just 2 snaps. You know what the saddest part is, Obese? I said this when we cleared 180. Wouldn't it be a shame if the wipe on floor 180, which cost me 1 strength and 1 steel, would mean that I can't win later? Ta-da! I called it. I basically called it. Dragon still finds a pole. Yeah, that's what happened last week, babies. I wiped on Behemoth because I didn't heal enough for the second meteor. I thought I had it, but then I forgot to refresh my sustain, and then I didn't have the HP, and then I died. So yeah, Patrol with suspicious revive-shaped throat. These are a bit salty. Yeah, exactly, Campfire King. And thank you for the super chat. Salty. I'm very salty because I'm very sad. I was crying as I was handing them over to them. How likely is a clear here? I don't think there is a clear, but I'm not an expert. Hippo but dangerous but doable. Yeah, I know, Yannick. I almost died to it with me having strength and it not having gloom. So, like, my POV, it's not possible. Thank you, Sakurai. I just don't think I can turn it into a win. That's a rage angle. That sounds about right. Nope. Ow. Please heal fast. Let me punch first. Come on. I don't have anything else left. I genuinely had nothing left. Like, I looked at my toolkit, was like, resolution, I guess. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. I was just like, well, maybe I can kill the cause. And if I could kill the cause in time, then maybe I could cancel resolution and run. And maybe kite them. Like, that was the thought process, is the cause has to die. But yeah, Prague. And also, considering how insanely cursed this was. Exactly, Gerald. Nearly every single flaw was like terrible. I can handle two hippos at once. Yeah, I was thinking that, Caroline. The thing that was that as I was casting the last, like, resolution cast, I was like, I'm too low HP. Like, the time it'll take me to cancel, sprint, and run, they will queue up an auto attack. So now that you understand what is at stake, time to cut down on rage and steal before 180. I mean, that was the plan already, Yannick. The problem is that it's like, if you look at all the commanders you have, Steel and Rage are pretty much like the trump cards, right? Like, they're the ones that get stuff done. And all the other ones are like, let me put it like this. I could imagine several other commanders that if you were asked if you could replace this commander with another Rage, you probably would. Or another steel. Like if there was just 2 steel slots or 2 rage slots instead of, I don't know, resolution. I think a lot of people would do that. How much of getting to 200 is good RNG? The fact that really good deep dungeon runners can do it rather consistently tells me that it is a majority skill. But, like, good luck can massively compensate for skill. Yeah, thanks everyone for the kind words. It was really hard. I will say, what I'm really good at is the run back. The problem is that the run back is so far away. This was the 3rd attempt in Dawntrail. So, if we count every serious attempt that I've done, then I had one in Endwalker as Summoner where I wiped out. Pretty much in the same way as just now, actually. On a floor before 180. Like, I didn't make it to Behemoth. And I wiped to a luring trap as I was like, I had basically been drained by bad luck in the way that I had a good set. And then I'd started a new set of 10 floors, and I was like, you know, it's funny, I haven't stepped in any traps this session. And then it was like, luring trap, luring trap, luring trap. And the last luring trap came like me going, if I step in another luring trap, I'm dead. And then I stepped in a luring trap. And just went, okay, fine, you win. And just let them take me. Like, there was nothing I could do. I didn't have anything left. On my first attempt in Dawntrail, I went as Pictomancer, and I believe... Oh, no, it has been on stream. I believe I died to, like, a mess-up on Behemoth. And then I didn't actually have the Pomanders in reserve to try it on the run back. Like, I didn't have enough damage for the meteors on the run back. My second attempt as Machinist now, I got to floor 190 and messed up the first of the, like, the interrupt bombs. And I didn't have enough resources on the run back. And now, like, I mean, if we're going in circles here, then the next one I should be safe because there's no bosses to mess up on anymore, right? And that's true, Yannick. The reason why I held those safeties was because I was thinking of using them for the last 3 floors. But it does it feels like, it feels perfect that this specific set of, like, floors on this stream has been so cursed that when I finally had a room where, like, I just had, like, 8 treasures, and I, like, open one, it's like, oh, it's strength, like, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff, luring trap. Like, it was so perfect that it was, like, it was basically like, it's okay, Kai. You've been through enough, we're going to be a bit nice. Psych! Like, it was perfectly set up. Perfectly. But yeah, that was like, in Dawntrail, that was the 3rd try. In all attempts, that was the 4th try. And so far, every try has gotten further than the last. So that's something. Like, first record was before 180, second was 180, third was 190, and 4th was 193. So, I mean, that's good, but the further we push it, the more likely it is that I can't actually replicate it. And we're going to get, like, the first few floors in while we're here anyway, but I want to see what loot we got. That's, nearly worthless, I believe. That is worthless. I'll say Wolfis, hope you're doing well, and Luminosity, and everyone else that came in. I don't know what job cleared Palace of the Dead solo first, but was the floor 200 and the achievement and all that added in Stormblood? Or was it Heavensward? It was Red Mage. So I guess it was added in Stormblood. Abis says, I mean, I use them in my FC and apartment. Yeah, no, the thing is, Abis, is that it's like the kind of item that not a lot of people care that much about, and there's plenty of them, and on average, each player will use, like, at most 2, right? Like, at most, you just need 1. About, like, that whereabouts. Brilliant says, quick question while I'm here. Is it at all worth to try for double weave if my ping makes it inconsistent? I would say it depends on how inconsistent it is. When I was playing Bard on OCE, when we were playing Smolkai, I just did the rotation like it was meant to be done, mostly. And double weaved and just acted like I couldn't see it whenever my GZD drifted. Like, I just acted like nothing was wrong. But I didn't play hard content on Smolkai, so a bit different. I would say if you're playing a job where double weaving is optional, then don't bother. Like, just don't do it. Meant to be done. I mean, Marcus, if you have like a burst with like 3 or 4 double weaves, then you just do them, right? That's what I mean. But if your latency is so bad that you can't actually double weave without your GZD drifting, then optimally you would single weave, single weave, single weave, single weave, and just like extend your opener to make the best of it. Also, I think I missed Ham coming in, so I hope you're doing well as well. Did you get the clear? Nope. We wiped on floor 193 to a luring trap when I had nothing left in my inventory. It's really sad. It was the first time we actually had a lot of good treasure. Got baited into a false sense of security and immediately died for it. But yeah, if you're playing like some jobs have like an optimal opener where you double weave, but technically you don't have to. Like, some jobs also, like, you could double weave this if it happens, but you could also just single weave twice. Doesn't hurt anyone. It's like, with those jobs, you can just do that. But if your latency, Ridlian, is like it usually works. Like, I think the best way I could put it is, if you were to like double weave, how often is it that it wouldn't work versus how often is it that it would work? If it's more likely that it doesn't work, then maybe like minimize how much you double weave or try to. If it's like leaning towards it does work, then, you know, go for it. But I wouldn't say that you can't. Just, you know, think about it. Oh boy. I wouldn't want to play Viper on high AMS latency. No. No. I actually have a the video coming out tomorrow, I believe. I actually have a demonstration. It doesn't play in full, I believe, but I have a demonstration of Viper on somewhere around 200 to 300 MS. And let me put it like this. I did a M4S Stone Sky Sea striking dummy on Viper on my latency, which is 20 ms. And then, like, you know, like 20 minutes later, because that was when I got to that part in the recording process, I went to OCE to record some lagging shenanigans. And one of the things that I recorded was Viper. So I did the exact same thing, and I played the rotation as I said, as it's meant to be done, as best I could. And by the end, I could at least pinpoint that I had lost at least a full 1-2-3 combo, if not more, just to latency. Probably significantly more. Just to latency. And yeah, that's a good point, Ham. That is a good example. Monk is one of the jobs where you could just single weave and it'll be kinda okay. The problem is that Monk also, because it has a faster GCD, has the weakness of the cutoff point for where you can't even single weave is closer. Like, on a normal job, the cutoff point for being able to double weave consistently is like 112 ms, something like that. Like, to do it consistently, because of the way animation locking works and all that. For single weaving, it's more like 325 ms, I believe, to single weave. On Monk, the cutoff point to double weave with just a G, and by the way, that's with 0 speed. It's like 2.50 GCD versus 2.0 GCD, right? For Monk to double weave, you need like let's see. The double weave itself takes up 1.8 seconds of animation locking. So you can't you should not be able to, based on what we know about animation locking, it should not be possible to double weave if you're as Monk, if your latency is like 33. Like, it is insanely tight. But single weaving on Monk is still doable, or should be doable, on like 200 ms, right? But that's still like 100 less than what a normal job has to work with. And yeah, for anyone thinking, why do you keep going as Machinist? Why not try something else? If I keep switching jobs, then I will never learn what works for the job that I'm playing. We're going winning strategy on that particular subject. It's generally just a good idea if you're trying to do something hard. Ow. Don't keep switching it up. It'll just make it harder to learn. Literally says, I know Lemieux would suffer greatly, but I think at least Dark Knight can make single weaving work. Yeah. No, actually, Dark Knight would be able to do it reasonably well. The thing with Dark Knight is that its damage in some capacity, like its maximum damage potential, is attained by like crunching all of your weaves into a 20-second window or less, preferably less, because that's the amount of time where other people's rate buffs are running, right? But if you're not in, like, if you're not in a situation where the problem is DPS, Like, if you're not in a situation where the thing that is, like, barring you from progressing is you're not doing enough damage. Which is rarely the case, I would say. Especially when you're doing older content. Even old, hard content synced. Then it's fine. You don't have to fit everything in burst perfectly. Like, you know, my guides teach you how to do like 2-minute bursts and all that, just right and all that. But it is a thing to optimize around. There's no reason for me to not mention it, but and it is something to strive for. But if your latency says no, then single weaving and getting as much damage as you can is better. For instance, a thing you can do is you can like, if you see that you're getting raid buffs, you can at least try to prioritize your stronger attacks first, right? Like, so that those land in the buffs if you're only single weaving. You know, get the things that have that have a cooldown out. Make sure you don't cap on MP. Like, prioritize smartly, and then you don't lose too much damage to single weaving. And the fact that Dark Knight's own damage isn't related to a damage buff of its own, like if it was Paladin or Gunbreaker, drifting at all on your GZD would immediately lose you damage, because then it means you, like, a GZD doesn't go in no mercy. Dark Knight and Warrior, like, as long as you can do the important GZDs before, like, their timer runs out, which is, like, if you can't do that, then you're lagging too much, right? Like, then you're like, if you can't do that, then, like, you can't weave at all, like, you have a problem. So, like, those jobs kind of work. They just have the weakness that, like, you still might not be able to fit everything in burst window if you're single weaving. But I would say Dark Knight and Warrior are reasonably good choices if you have latency problems. And that's actually also something that, like, I would say tanks in general are decent. The only problem is that if you have to weave a defensive cooldown at a very specific time, then, you know, that can get a little awkward. I'll say Necrophits, hope you're doing well. And yeah, 193. I think the only big ones I need to fit into the window are Shadowbring and Salt. What level are you again, Ridlian? $90. Well, let's say that you're single weaving every GCD, right? You would use Living Shadow before the raid buffs come out, because it, like, Living Shadow is like, you click, you set his alarm clock, and then he's like, what time is it? Oh man, I'm late. Anyway, and like, it takes him like 5 seconds before he actually does something. So you can use him early. Similarly, Delirium, you don't have to use the free blood spillers immediately. You can hold them for a little bit. Of course, the MP is you know, like, that's just the way it is. But, like, you can hold the blood spiller, so that one you can also weave like a GCD or two before you need them. And that is actually sometimes done. Like, I believe that is pretty common in the like the standard opener. And then the rest you have is like 3 to... Oh, thanks, I can see. Just Cameron or Root. Like 3 to 4 Edge of Shadow. They're not the highest priority. 2 Shadowbringers, they are high priority. Putting down Salted Earth, if it is in that burst, and then using Salt and Darkness before it ends, right? And Carven Spit. But all of those things are like 8 or 9 weaves, I think. Didn't count. So it should be possible to fit nearly all of it. Like, my suggestion would be, you know, you'll probably not get all of the Edge of Shadows in the burst window. And that's good enough. Like, that's good enough. Because what did we die to? The entire set of floors this time, the all 13 floors, I guess except the boss, were cursed. Like, there were mimics on basically every floor. A lot of traps. Every time we were lucky with treasures, it was something that I couldn't, like, that wasn't actually helpful. Fortunes basically were a scam every time. Like, imagine the worst result of most things in Palace of the Dead, and you'd know what I experienced. We even had a case where I used an alteration, which, you know, is Mimic or Kurragans. You know, the onion heads. And an Affluence, I believe. And as we were talking about it, we were like, what do we do if it's Mimics? And the answer was, you pray that it isn't Mimics. So it was Mimics. The next question was also, what if it is a treasure room? Fortunately, it wasn't a treasure room, which is like the you know, the clubhouse, as I say, where there's like way too many. It wasn't that. There was only 2. And then the question was, what if the mimics are in the exit room? It was in the exit room. I spawned on the floor and was like, then I turned the camera and it's the mimic room. I turned the camera and it was the mimic room. Like, it was exactly what we predicted it would be, assuming it would be bad. Uh-oh. Exactly, it was... exactly, Rost. It was like one with an advantage. Repeatedly. And then, on floor 191... I had a really bad start. Let's just say that on floor 191, we spent 15 minutes on that floor. And the exit was in a party room. And when I finally went for it to try and, like, do it, I goofed up the trick I was trying to do, which completely wasted a witching, a racing, and a resolution. And then, like, a minute later, I goofed it up again and wasted another racing. I ended up somehow managing to get through with another resolution. In, like, a desperate attempt to just push through. But that meant that when we got to floor 192, I believe 192 was reasonably okay, except there was gloom on that, which I used Serenity on. My last Serenity, by the way. And then on floor 193, there was gloom again. So, ultimately, I ended up using a Raging and a Fortune, and I cleared it because there was a party room in the exit, if I remember correctly. And I cleared the room, like, I killed everything, and then, you know, turned off Raging to, like, loot the treasure before I leave. And there was a luring trap in the room that I missed while I was, like, slapping everything. And I didn't have anything left. Like, I literally just went, well, I looked at my Pomanders and went, the only thing I have is resolution. Like, the rest in my coffers was, like, stuff that affects the next floor. Or, like, a safety, ironically. I had 3 of those. So if I had known that there was a luring in the room, I could have just done that. Like, hindsight 2020, right? But everything else did nothing in the moment. I think I just had resolution. But yeah, that's the thing, Yannick, is that in retrospect, I could have considered that. I guess the fact that I was running around so much on the floor should have told me, use a safety to clean this room. Right? Like, in retrospect. Sorry, my nose is really itchy right now. In retrospect, but hey, that's how you learn. Now I know to think, hey, are you going to spend a lot of time on the, like, out on the floor here? Maybe use a safety. Consider using a safety. But yeah, also, the saddest part is that in all of that, the only glimmer of sunshine we had on the first 10 floors that we did was that on floor 188, which means after 7 floors of a nightmare, to put it nicely, we finally hit an alteration that became Corrigan's. and it was a treasure room. So there was like 10. But if I remember correctly, all of the loot from them sucked. You would safety before the rage, not after? Well, yes. I guess. In retrospect, if I had stepped in the luring while doing my rage shenanigans, while it meant that I would have had a better chance of killing them, they gave... Was it them that gave me the rage? Fair enough. But yeah, if I had stepped in the luring while using the rage, I would have had a better chance of killing everything. Because, you know, sometimes the mobs stand there for a little bit. Like, they just kind of stand there. But considering that all of the mobs were at a power level where, like, if 3 of them punched me all at once, I was probably dead. That would have probably killed me anyway. So yeah, that is a good point. I should probably have used the safety. But I'm just saying, I sat on floor 180 when I died to... I don't think I need to do that. Or just, we'll get more. When I died to messing up on Behemoth on floor 180, I said, specifically, I'm pretty sure I said this, that I have a feeling that the fact that I am now, like... 1 strength and 1 steel short of what, quote-unquote, I'm supposed to have, it's going to turn around and become a problem later. Floor 191, we had 1 strength and 0 steel. So, remember that, everyone. Would still need to drop more? Sure. But the thing is, if we had a steel, we might have been able to get further, faster. There's also the possibility, if we're going to be negative about it, that maybe I would have just used that strength and steel sooner in the 181 to 190 floors, and then, like, ultimately I would have ended up in the same end point, right? Like, that's perfectly possible. But it feels so apt that I was like, I'm a strength and a steel short. Whoops. And how did I miss? Oh, I'm 6 levels behind. Oh boy. Whoops. That's a strong mimic. He went to the gym. It's a silver mimic, though. It masqueraded as a bronze, but it was actually a silver, so we can't use it. But yeah, basically, my impression was that everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And despite that, we got to floor 193. Which I would say is progress. It is funny. Usually when I count the amount of, like, solo tries I've had in Palace of the Dead, I usually say that I have had multiple tries beyond the 4 that I've, like... Well, 5 now, right? If we count also the one from Endwalker. 5 solid tries, with this one being the 5th one. I have off-stream tried solo Palace of the Dead a few times. I usually have gone as Paladin in those runs, for some reason. But what I would usually do on those is that if I finished the last... Like, if I finished a floor a little early, then I would just stick around and farm a bit. And if I reached, like, the 9th floor with time to spare, I would just farm a bit. The thing is, alright, Rust, enjoy your evening. Some people do that to get higher score. I did that because I wanted to be sure that I wasn't behind on levels. I don't do that. Not now, at least. Because we haven't needed to do that. We have had points where it was like a little sketchy, where it's like, you should be higher level by now. But usually it has like, it has figured itself out, right? Like it has gone fine. And yeah, that's also true, Babis. Not only did we speedrun through the last 2 floors, but we did it while I was saying I can't clear 2 floors in 4 minutes. And then I cleared it in like 3. But I also did that by basically just going, random Pomanders, go! Which had the resulting effect that on floor 191 I was kind of spent already. Right? Was it like the technique in storytelling they call foreshadowing? Yeah. Call that a soul for a soul. Yeah. It's fine. I guess the real... Oh right, I just remembered. Isn't these the ones where you're supposed to look at them? Or do they not do this on this set of floors? The positive in all of this is that to have such a bad set of floors... The real question is, why was it such a time crunch? Was there a floor where you fought more than necessary? There were floors, several floors, where I needed to deal with patrols quite frequently. And a lot of treasures that was actually mimics. I believe that, yeah, exactly, the patrolly boys, but that was in the 191, right? But yet, several times in the set, it was a case of there was a patrol that got in the way. So, like, as I said, the thing that really cost us time was everything going wrong. It was not me overkilling things. It was like, if I found the exit fast... Exactly, remember the 3 guns? If I reached the exit fast, it would be on a floor where the only things worth fighting were either things you should not fight, like the ice dragons, or things that you could fight if you had a steal, which I didn't have, like not one to spare anyway, or the enemies would be like out of reach, so it was difficult to get them. So I spent a lot of time looking for things to kill, or it would be a floor where I didn't know where the exit was, so I would spend a lot of time looking for it. But usually it wasn't about actually killing too much. It was about not killing more than was needed, and then actually spending time traveling, essentially. That was at least how I remember it. Oh, clean shot. Nice one, Silly. What kind of tea? Oh, good thing that was a flight. I clicked the chest as I stepped in the trap. Would have been funny if it was a mimic. If only there was a moment of blade. Oh, that would be good. Oh, right, they're called flood dragons, my bad. For some reason, the icy landscape and the color of them made me think ice dragon. I am Ice Dragon. What are you doing? There's a room over here. I know that. I found 3 potions. I don't care. Face me. If you want to save Prince Horus. A big time waster is decision making. 100%. That is also something that I mentioned earlier, that while I don't really have the space, like monitor space, to like glance at the spreadsheets and whatnot while doing this, I have the ability to call upon a magical assistance. That's all of you. All of you wonderful people. And sometimes you'll have a better answer than me. And sometimes it works out. Thank you, Marcus. I found 3 max potions. That was also a thing. So many of the chests were, oops, it's a mimic. And then you're like, well, at least it gives good loot, right? Nope, it was just 3 max potions. Like, so many gold chests were not gold chests, but actually 3 max potions. Black tea. I mean, if you like it, that's the important thing. And thank you, B-Right. See, oh, honestly got it by luck with only 10 seconds left on last floor. Oh, man. I have seen pictures of people failing on floor 200. Like, right in front of the thing they have to click. Like, if I had that happen... I think I might just go, whatever, I did it. I'm not gonna use the title anyway. You all saw. Just give up. Why open brown bronze chests in later floors? Sakurai, when you kill a mimic that turns into a bronze chest, it also deposits its loot into your inventory. Have you ever tried killing a mimic and you just get 3 max potions? That's because it was a bronze mimic. For some reason, they just auto-deposit. And also, bronze chests can't be mimics anyway on higher floors. The main motivation to open bronze chests on really high floors is that it could be a gold Gilmoran Potshirt, which you will need for more sus potions. So if it's there, and you have the time to take it, then, you know, it's free real estate. But, you know, don't waste time going out of your way to grab them. If you're short on time and need to access past a treasure room. Oh yeah, that is a good suggestion. I don't know why I ran this way. I just realized that I could have gone down that way. You can still open bronzes while transformed. Wait, you can? Really? Huh. I didn't know that. I thought you couldn't open anything. Weird. Well, that's good to know. I wonder why it's only bronzes. There's a funny interaction if bronze is mimic. Do you care about time-worn artifacts? You mean these? Like the horde? Is that what you mean, JK? On lower floors, if the bronze is a mimic, it doesn't let you open? Oh! Oh, that's interesting. Not super useful, because on lower floors it would be like, okay, I'll open it anyway. It's free XP. The Shadowbringer's relic step. Oh. Are you asking if I care? Or are you asking like more general? He cares. If you're asking me, JK, I finished all of the Shadowbringer's relic weapons. back in Shadowbringers. I've done Delubrum Reginae many times. Many times. Welcome back, Brunto. Yeah, floor 15. I remember that people ran the numbers on the Time Worn artifacts back in Shadowbringers. The probability of getting Time Worn artifacts increase as you get to the higher floors. And if I remember correctly, Time Worn artifacts on Palace of the Dead was like just spamming floor 51 to 60 kind of sucked. But if you could get like a group together and like run up to floor 100, it started to get kind of good, because I think it was guaranteed to get one for each 10 floors or something like that when you got to those floors. Oh, that's a really long range. But ultimately, there was just better ways to do it. It's 100% chance after 151. That's even worse. Thank you for the correction, Femro Kaiser. And yeah, Brontom, we wiped on floor 193 to a luring trap where I didn't have anything left. I went down with a bang using my resolution and trying to kill. I almost killed the course, but it was 3 versus 1. And there were 2 hippogriffs that I had to kill afterwards if I managed to kill the course. But it might have worked. Maybe if I had a steal. Keep losing to dump traps. No, actually, in fairness, my 2 previous fails has been to bosses. Actually, my 3 previous fails. Right? No, wait, my 2 previous fails have been to bosses. My 2 previous fails have been to bosses. But yeah, you could say that indirectly I'm losing to traps because I'm wasting things on traps. JK says I did my necro runs before I started any Shadowbringers relics, so I wasted a ton. Well, the Time Worn artifacts, which step is that? Is that the one where you get 3 of them for the Delubrum Reginae? Or is that the one where you get 2 of them from Delubrum Reginae? It's been a while. Because the thing is, both of the items from Delubrum Reginae, like, if you're interested in getting all of the relics, it's the one with 3 from Delubrum Reginae. Okay, well, in that case, in my experience, the fastest way to get the last step, which is either 3 from Dalriada or 2 from Delubrum Reginae, the best you can do is just spam Delubrum Reginae. Because Dalriada takes so long to start that, like, in the time before you even, like, by the time you've started and cleared Dalriada, you could have ran, like, Delubrum Reginae twice, if not more. And you don't even have to have, like, a fast group. You just need to, like, go for it. And that was the funniest thing, is that back in Shadowbringers, there were party finder groups, like turbo runs, where, like, you needed to have all the, like, you needed to have optimal, like, Delubrum Reginae builds to maximize damage. And the thing is, it took, like, half the time to run it that way. But it took, like, the time you saved was instantly lost because it took so long to put the group together. It was the same with the previous step. I can't remember if it was the same, but there was also a step that you needed to do Crystal Tower. It might have been the same step. But like, there was a step where one of your options was Crystal Tower 15 times, I believe, where people found out, oh yeah, you can speed run Crystal Tower really, really fast with, like, what was it? You needed a ranged physical in each group for Peloton. It was nice to have one tank, just like straight up one actual tank, and then I think it wanted like a healer for the tank, or something to that effect. and then you just had blue mages. You could like turbo run Crystal Tower because somehow, for some reason, we needed to be able to run Crystal Tower even faster, right? Like that was a problem that needed to be solved. And in the same fashion, while that was really, really fast and very effective, it took way too long to put the group together. So... Oh, right, I don't have Heat Blast. Womp. So basically, any time you saved was instantly lost. Because it was better to just, like, straight up run Crystal Tower. Like, just normally. Or use literally any other option to acquire this item that you needed. Like, that was the funny thing with these optimization strats, was that if you if you focused entirely on how much time you spent in the duty, they were extremely effective strategies. But in reality, if you include the time it takes to actually get the group together as well, it was rarely worth it unless you had like a pre-made or like you scheduled it. Like you essentially had the static experience where you just show up. Then it would be very effective. The loop room is better if you can get it to pop consistently. You see, the thing is, I just want to add, Sally, that when I did the loop room Regine a lot for those relics, I did them in Shadowbringers. They didn't pop instantly, but they popped in like under 5 minutes. Your mileage might vary in how good the groups were. Sometimes you would have people that didn't use the lost actions at all and no essence. And sometimes you would have, you know, the crazy white mages that topped the DPS because Seraph Strike and all that. And sometimes you were there as a black mage with Lost Flare Star and went, good thing I also brought Provoke because we don't have a tank. So I guess I'll be the tank. Yeah, you could do that. I did that. I also brought the items to cure yourself from debuffs because it was actually surprisingly frequent when I was tanking for whatever reason that I like my most used job for spamming the Lupin Regine was Warrior with the Bloodsucker essence, because I would tank because no one else wanted to, and I couldn't trust the healers to actually heal because a lot of them would just put on the Profaned essence and have no healing output and then be confused when no one could heal because they all decided someone else would be a healer. So I healed myself, and I brought the item to remove debuffs because I would get the Doom debuff from the final boss. Like, unavoidable. And sometimes the healers just would not use Ishuna. But yeah, nowadays, I could see that other strategies for doing the Shadowbringers relics would be more practical. Because, you know, people are not doing it. There's a reason why I finished it in Shadowbringers. Like, genuinely. Sure, Scythe. You can also ask in comments on the videos. I usually answer those, but you can also ask here. But yeah, when I grinded all those relics, like, you know, I like my spreadsheets. I'm sure some of you like spreadsheets as well. I had like an estimate date for when I was expecting Endwalker, right? When we knew what the date would be, I punched in that date so that I knew how long I would have. I had notes like this many of this, like part of the quest needs to be finished before this time, and then this part, like so on and so forth, and had like a regiment of you need to get this much done per day to make it in time. I was done really early. Like I was done way in advance. Like it was not an issue, but like I had specifically concluded the moment Endwalker, or the next expansion, comes out, it will suck to finish those relics. So given that I'd already started, might as well finish while it was easier. Too late because the video's been out for a while. If it's a video from before Dawntrail, then, and it's a job guide, then there is a guarantee that there is a pinned comment with a newer guide in the comment section. If it is a video from Dawntrail, so it's like a level 1 to 100 video, or it's only a few months old, then it is recent, and regardless of the age of the video, I try to answer. Sometimes I won't, because I don't see the comment. Like, sometimes I'll put out a new video and it gets a crazy amount of comments, and then I don't see that someone asked a question on a guide. My question is, at level 60 Machinist, is it better to delay reassemble for drill, or better to delay drill for reassemble, as they tend to drift apart, and one of them has to sit on cooldown? Never hold drill for any reason. You hold reassemble for drill. The fact that reassemble has a cooldown of 55 seconds means also that drill, like that reassemble only has to sit for 5 seconds, usually. Whereas drill would have to sit for a while, right? Always hold reassemble for the thing you want to spend it on, never the other way around. At higher level, you'll have more options for spending it, but you will it will solve itself at level at level 84, where you get an extra charge on reassemble. No worries, safe. Enjoy. But yeah, I do try to I try to answer questions as best I can, but sometimes I miss them. But yeah, another way, like, there's a lot of ways you can get a hold of me, Zyph. Like, you can leave a comment, then I'll try to answer when I can, when I see it. You can catch me live, as you did here. You can also, like, there's a Discord you can join. Are you telling me that you're just one guy with finite time and energy? Yeah, I know, it's quite weird. Weird that. What? Respawn's behind me. Ow. But yeah, as far as I know, it also helps with the YouTube algorithm and all that to leave a comment. And so that is also appreciated, but it's not a requirement. So for that reason, it makes good sense that I at least try to respond when people leave a comment, if I can. Like, you help me, I help you, right? Hey Cat, thank you for celebrating 11 months as part of Gold with the Pink. Thank you so much. Yeah. I would say we went out with a bang. We wiped on floor 193 to a luring trap when I had nothing left. Like, I used a resolution pomander because I literally didn't have anything else. Like, it was like panic. No other options. I guess I'll use resolution. And it might have worked. Like, it was pretty close. Reassemble on level 50 Machinist is interesting, let's say. Yeah, my advice there is similar. My advice on level 50 is to hold it for clean shot, because it is your strongest GZ at level 50. Give it a few more levels and it gets even weirder. Because then you have things like this. And this. Also, hey, Wuzio and Georgia. Hope you're both doing well. Let's see, I did Savage Raiding for the first time with my free community this past weekend, and they don't... And they what? They don't... I think that you missed a word, Georgia. They don't me to better understand my job as vet mage, and thanks to your videos I was able to clear M1S. That's awesome! Oh, they told me to better understand my job as Red Mage, and thanks to your videos I was able to clear M1S. That's awesome! Congratulations, Georgia! That is awesome. I hope that you cleared with the free company in that case. Random says I've been leaving each comments comments on your videos. With engagement, you answer those genuinely, so comments are usually answered. Exactly. I mean, the most consistent way to cause me to not respond to you if you leave a mean comment, then I don't want to talk with you. Then I don't want to talk with you. I've also recently been reminded that a lot of people that leave mean comments will not respond to reason. So there's no point in responding to them at all. The bias that I have is people also trying to genuinely answer when I ask why isn't Blue Mage in the caster video. You know, that's actually funny. The reason why I specifically deliberately said non-limited job, like caster jobs, in the caster comparison video is because when I released my original caster comparison video a few years ago, I think a few years ago, several people, I hope jokingly, complained that Blue Mage wasn't included. So like this time I just adjusted it so it's like, well, the reason why it's not included is because it's a limited job. B-Right says, I've done Palace of the Dead so much that all bosses are easy to me until 180 and 190 happens. That actually, that's pretty accurate to me as well. Not a big fan of the Ansus on 171 to 180. But all the bosses before Behemoth are rather easy. Someone out there going to complain about language. What do you mean? That it is in English? Guild has theme giving me mental roulette flashbacks. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, 17 Master. Actually, I've recently seen people start to meme that it's actually unfair that Blue Mage is excluded when Pictomancer is allowed, which I think is a little bit of an exaggeration, but it is kind of funny. If you say something or don't say something, someone will try to find some way to complain about it. Oh yeah, definitely. Like when you made your example of mentioning. Yeah, that's also true. I'm pretty sure some, like at least one person complained that Blue Mage was not included. But usually with those, I either don't say anything, or I just tell them, well, would it be interesting if they just got 5 stars on everything? Like, yeah, they have the best defense of all the casters. Technically, they have the best raid buffs of all the casters because they have both Off Guard and Peculiar Light. And in some way you could say that they're the hardest of all the casters to master because of how incredibly difficult it is to get the Moonfoot Burst right. And they're also the hardest to start on because you need to get all those spells and figure out how to use them. Like, if you're not getting that right without a guide, pretty much. And you're also winning on personal damage, like there's no question there. So like it would just be that like there isn't anything to compare. It's obviously the best one. 0 stars on being current level. That, you know, that's a good point. It's just like I could also have said we're comparing casters at level 100 and like, well, why are you not including Blue Mage when it becomes level 100? Well, I mean, it isn't level 100 and I don't know how it'll work when it is level 100. We'll have to see in like, I don't know, 5 years. See, I have to deal with this constantly at work, and we're talking about legal security side of things. Oh, fun. But yeah, absolutely true. You can never win. Because if you choose to do one thing, someone will complain that you didn't do the other thing. What about Green Mage? Isn't it funny that so many people were so convinced that we were going to get Green Mage in Dawntrail? So much so that I'm actually pretty sure a significant amount of players complained about Pictomancer, not because of anything wrong with Pictomancer, but just because they were mad that it wasn't Green Mage. Cinnamon says, I was one of those people. Well, I mean, the difference is that there's a difference between going, I was hoping for Green Mage, right? And then there is people actually hating on Pictomancer because it isn't Green Mage. As if we were promised Green Mage, right? Like, we weren't. It was basically people saw a specific earring and said, that well, that's basically the icon of Green Mage. So we're getting Green Mage, and Cryo is going to be a Green Mage. Like that. End of story. And nowhere did it say Green Mage. It was just an icon. So it's basically people predicting and then being mad that it was not correct. Same weird energy as the people that got mad Dancer wasn't a healer. Oh yeah. Now that you mention it, that's a little far away, but I do remember that. That's also kind of weird. Gerald says they should allow Blue Mage in Palace of the Dead. I would actually say I wouldn't want them to enable Blue Mage in Palace of the Dead as it is now. I would rather see them like invent a system for Blue Mage in Deep Dungeons. So that instead of you entering as Blue Mage with like a toolkit of 24 spells, you have to go in and find spells by fighting things. And then they would be able to like it could be different spells. It could also just be like spells on the actual Blue Mage toolkit, like whatever. Doesn't matter to me, but it would probably be more interesting if it was spells specifically designed for Palace of the Dead. So you don't just go, oh great, I found 5 of the 220 potency GCD attacks. When will I get Diamond back? Like, I don't know if you would actually want Diamond back, come to think of it, but like, you don't need 5 different ways to do a filler GCD. But if they made like specific, like deep dungeon spell books, then they could make sure that there's only a few of them. And just make it separate, so like every time you go into Palace of the Dead, like as Blue Mage, you have to collect these spells on your run. Like, in addition to Pomanders, right? Like, you also have to collect Pomanders. But that would be cool. Yeah, exactly. When will I get White Wind? Like, meanwhile, you're just like, oh man, Fire Angon, thanks. I guess I'll just continue to use Water Cannon, it's fine. Yeah, and Final Sting, that too, you just get self-destruct in your solo run. They would probably also have to change some things because some attacks would be like, it would be too dangerous to just let a mob do it, so you can see it. So they could just make it so that when you kill specific mobs, they reward you with a spell or something like that. Like, it doesn't have to be you have to take the hit. But that would be much more interesting to me. Like, if they made it so that Blue Mage had their own system. And I'm just saying, I think it's been a few years, but I do remember, I'm pretty sure I remember Yoshi P suggesting, I think it was like when Battle Royales were like, I guess Battle Royales are still popular, question mark, but like when it was really popular, that they were like, it would be pretty funny to make like a front line with Blue Mages, where you have to like go and pick up spells and whatnot. And that would be basically like a Battle Royale, right? But yeah, exactly, my point is that if they just put Blue Mage in there and went... you just have the same spellbook as you would have in, like, normal PvE, then, like, if you had to, like, go and collect spells, there would be a lot of dots. Like, a lot of dots. And a few spells that would be absolutely insane. Like, consider, like, if just a few of the bosses are susceptible to missile, then, like, getting missile before those bosses is basically free, right? And all the mobs that might be susceptible to missile are just, easy mode. Have you played any other Final Fantasy games? I asked that question to ask, is there any character in those games you want to turn into a job? I mean, I played Final Fantasy VII a lot. And I played Tactics Advanced a lot. I played Final Fantasy 1 and 2 a bit. But other than that, no, not really. Like, let me put it like this, B-Right. Like, with Final Fantasy XIV, I originally discovered that the game was, you know, like, that it existed in Heavensward. But I didn't actually start playing in Heavensward, because what I found when I looked it up was, oh, Ninja, that looks pretty interesting. How does that work? And then I looked into, like, I looked at a video on Ninja. And what I specifically remember was, like, this person was demonstrating how Ninja played, and the rest of the video was basically them pointing out problems with Ninja. Like, if you go back in time, you'll find that, in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, buttons were not as responsive as they are now, and that means animation locks were effectively longer, and ninjutsus were not on the GCD until Shadowbringers, I believe? Like mid to late Shadowbringers? Which means that to use Doton, you had to quadruple weave on janky Final Fantasy XIV. It was so bad that it was pretty common, as far as I know, that Huma Shuriken was pretty good because it was only a double weave. 5.1 at the latest. Fair enough. I'll take your word for it, Sally. And this person was basically like complaining about that, and my observation was, well, I didn't think that the other job sounded particularly interesting. So if Ninja kinda sucked because of that, then probably the other jobs also probably kinda suck because of like weird jank. So I guess I'll just not play this game. And then I didn't play it. Then I learned in Stormblood that Red Mage was in the game. I learned Red Mage was in the game. Now I was interested. I tried the free trial for 1 day, bought the game the day after, because at that time you couldn't play Orders unless you bought the game. I initially started as a gladiator, male Mikote gladiator. Didn't find that one much fun. So when well, it was okay, right? But I was like, well, I'd rather be that. I want to be this. So I bought the game and started over as an Machinist. I had gotten to like level 17, I think. Maybe less. Probably less. And that was this character that I then made. And when I got to level 50, which took a bit because I also explored the other classes and jobs and stuff, but when I got to level 50, I instantly unlocked Red Mage and was like, okay, great, that's what I'm playing until 70. So that's a really long way of saying, B-Right. If I were to ask for a job to be in Final Fantasy XIV, it would probably be Red Mage, but I already have that, so I'm good. And then you might be going, well, why are you not maining Red Mage then? And no, I mean, we grew apart. I still think Red Mage is really cool. Cat Guy. Marcus says, hang on, Fuma Shuriken was good. Well, let's just say that the potency difference between Raiton and Fuma Shuriken wasn't that big when you really think about it. And the, like, GCD drift from using Raiton instead of Fuma Shuriken was big enough that it wasn't worth it. Consider that when they made ninjutsus, put them on the GCD, they buffed ninjutsus, because obviously they did. You know, before they didn't cost your GCD, so, like, technically they have to assume that you're doing a GCD and also a ninjutsu. But if it's a GCD, then you're doing that instead of a GCD. So they would have to add, you know, like 300 potency, 200 to 300 potency to compensate. The specific time I started, I can't remember exactly. But there are tools to, like, look up the exact date. What I do know is that I'm pretty sure that the Yokai Watch event was ongoing. I think. And I also know that I reached max level before Ridorana Lighthouse came into existence. Specifically because I remember my free company complaining about Mathman. And it was like, one day, world was normal, and then suddenly they started complaining about Mathman. Like, as if it was a new entity added to the game. Which is exactly what it was. It's a bit late in the stream to start the 2-hour-long balance discussion. What do you mean? What's the balance discussion? The Red Mage thing? When I said we grew apart, it was a mechanical thing. Ow. Go overtime, give me bingo. We are overtime. I normally intend to end 9 minutes ago. So we are overtime. You know, addition is hard. Actually, in fairness to all the players that have trouble with Mathman, the reason I usually hear for them not getting it is not actually about being not good at addition. Some of them complain about the prime numbers. But I feel like that one is actually really rare. The main problem is that people don't actually know where the number they're supposed to look at is. It's not very obvious that it's your HP. And because they change your max HP, it's a smaller thing that changes on your screen than your HP bar going yum. It's just your max. Whoa. Excuse me? It's just your max HP number that changes. So if you're not paying attention to it, you might not even notice. So if you see people having trouble with it, just go, it's your max HP. You just write in the chat, it's your max HP. Like, look at your max HP. That's all it should take. How many primes do you know by heart? I usually, like, a lot of math that I do. The thing that I really like about math is if you understand how to do it, you can basically reinvent the wheel each time you need a wheel. Which is not very effective, but it means that you don't have to spend as much memory on remembering all of those things. So that is to say, usually I'll like go through the primes manually, because I don't need that information stored anywhere. So I technically don't know any primes by heart. I know it's like 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 17, 23, 29. "13 is also, but yeah, you can see I missed that one. Ow. That's what I get for dashing straight through the room. Ham says, I think it says in the text box that your HP is important, max HP is important. I'm pretty sure that the robot specifically says match your vitals to blah 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 blah. Which is supposed to mean look at your max HP, that's your vitals. Aside from that, on notes leading up to the boss room, which no one reads because no one's time for that. If you stop to read them, you'll be late, and then they'll pull without you. But there is a note that basically lists multiples of 3 and multiples of 4, which is 2 of the questions that the robot might ask you. And another note that lists like the first 8 or 10 primes. So if you can just remember that. Now, since you said you played Final Fantasy Tactics, you know what job I would love to be a thing? Holy Knight. I actually didn't play Final Fantasy Tactics. I played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Which I did say. They're not the same. They're close, but they're not the same. It's the small Game Boy version. What does Holy Knight do differently? It's okay, be right. What does Holy Knight do differently from Paladin? Instead of helping kids interact with numbers, it's learn 100 lines of random text by heart for Wednesday. Yeah. See, that's exactly what that's what I say when I make guides, is that while I do teach you exactly what you're supposed to do, which is basically memorize this, I try my best to include why in my guides. So that when you see the opener at the end, you don't go, why? You go, oh yeah, that makes sense. Because if you don't know the why, then if one patch later something happens and my opener is now outdated, at the very least, you can look at it and go, no, that looks wrong. And then, figure it out. That's the difference between learning what, how, and why. Isn't Holy Knight just a JP version of Paladin? In Final Fantasy XIV, I believe Paladin is Knight in the JP version. I get straight up just named Knight. But yeah, I'm still curious, like, for Be Right to say, I wish we had Holy Knight, there has to be a difference. Right? Spellblade mages. Yeah, the problem there is that that is actually what made me so interested in Red Mage. Is that I've talked about this before. Basically, the Red Mage is a very exotic dish that many a fantasy gamer wants. And every fantasy gamer that wants the Spellblade knows exactly what it is that they wanted to do. They wanted to have both magic and sword fighting skills, right? The problem is, it's really hard to make a Spellblade where optimization, which I made a video talking about recently, completely basically throws the flexibility of a Spellblade in the dumpster. Good, you can shoot at range. Good for you. If you stand at range, you miss auto attack damage. So you're a melee now. Or alternatively, why would you stand in melee range? Your spells do way more damage. Just stand at range and shoot. It's way easier. Or alternatively, why would you go into melee range? Why would you stand at range? Your melee attacks are way better. Just use those. The ranged options are only for like when you're forced out of melee range. Like, it's a utility option. Thank you, Riddle. That's usually what happens. Is that there will be a superior solution. And that will be what you will do. Because that's optimal. Not always the case in single-player games, but you will eventually realize that one thing or the other is better, and then you might just do that. What I found interesting about the Red Mage in Final Fantasy XIV is that they at least had found a way to give the mage a reason to do both. What happened to me in Red Mage? What do you mean, Marcus? So the thing is, what made me curious is that, so first of all, my favorite job in Final Fantasy is Red Mage. Like, in Final Fantasy in general, is Red Mage. So just the fact that they were like, by the way, Red Mage is getting added to Final Fantasy in Stormblood. Well, it was already added because, you know, it came in during Stormblood, right? But early in Stormblood. Sorta early. But just the fact that we're like, Red Mage is here was like enough for me to go, okay, well, how does it work then? Like, the immediate question is like, okay, so Red Mage is here, right? But you're working on the tank heal DPS thing, right? So, like, Red Mage is like the jack of all trades, the one that doesn't really do anything in particular super well. So how does that work? It doesn't. It's a DPS. Like, boom. Solution. It's a DPS. Ow. Pretty funny. 2 treasures with intuition in the room with the treasure. Well, with the horde. So already there, they had my attention because I wanted to see how Red Mage worked. Then I figured out how Red Mage worked and was like, I want to play that. Exactly like a Swiss Army knife. Except the Swiss Army knife is put in a situation where only the knife matters. All its other tools are irrelevant. That's Red Mage. A Swiss Army knife where you only need the knife. So that's why it doesn't do much else. Has a little bit of utility, but it's not a healer, and it's not certainly not it's not a melee DPS. But it's close enough. It at least goes into melee range. I would imagine if you had, let's say you added Holy Knight, right? Which would also be a Spellblade, based on B-Right's brief explanation. We wiped on floor 193 to a luring trap, Ultro. Hope you're doing well. If Holy Knight was added as an additional spellblade kind of mage, the only way for it to like stand out when Red Mage is already here would be if it was like a physical attacker that goes out at range for bursts. For example, it doesn't have to be for bursts, but like it's primarily in melee range and then it goes out for periods of time. Where Red Mage is a caster that is at range that then comes in for periods of time. Like, it would be the perfect opposite. The problem is that simply by design, like, it would be, like... How can I say? Wow, that's a lot of bad. You would immediately run into the problem that... Why would you go out at range? If you're predominantly a melee attacker, then your auto attacks are probably kind of nice. So why would you go out of range? Right? Like, why would you step out of range? You can just do that magic in melee range. Unless, of course, you add, like, some sort of convoluted solution where, like, you do more damage if you're further away. Hey, Shindayo! Hope you're doing well. Got a new costume for your VTuber. Thanks. But like, if you had a melee attacker that has periods where it goes out to cast, then there's no reason to go out unless you specifically design it so that it is better if you step away. And if that's the case, then that can be really difficult for boss mechanics, because sometimes you simply cannot step away. But, you know, that's the same as, like, some people have said, why don't they just add, like, as a way to make it more challenging to be a ranged physical job, because, like, a lot of the time the logical reasoning for why ranged physical is not allowed to do more damage is because, well, they have full mobility. What if they did more damage when they were at certain attack ranges, right? Like, that's a classic thing. Could also be you run, like, you move slow while you're attacking, like Bard and Machinist in PvP is also a way you could do it. But that would basically be the same kind of idea for this, like, predominantly physical Spellblade. And good luck getting to your ideal range in Endwalker raids. Well, I'm guessing that the ideal range would be based on the central point of the boss, rather than its targeting reticle, in which case, yeah, good luck. Just Serenity it, you'll get more later. Well, I mean, I don't have to Serenity it, it's not a problem. I have Peloton. But I did consider Serenitying it. But yeah, as others said, so a melee attacker that has periods where it steps out to cast, where it can step out to cast, optionally. But it doesn't because its auto attacks are valuable. That's Paladin. And then you add, by the way, it's called Holy Knight and it uses Holy Magic. That's Paladin. Right? Like, that's Paladin. So it would be really difficult to add such a Holy Knight without it straight up just being Paladin, but it's a DPS now. Which would be funny. Also, hey Dot, hope you're doing well. It also kind of sounds like Ninja and Viper in a way. A little bit. But that is kind of like, that is exactly what I was exactly what I was talking about. The reason why I think Red Mage is so fascinating is because it is an... Oh. I dodged while sleeping. Are you serious, man? The reason why Red Mage is so fascinating is because it's really, really hard to make, as I said, make that dish well. And part of the problem is that a lot of people know exactly what they have in mind when they say, I want a Spellblade. They know exactly what they have in mind. The problem is that it just doesn't work. Like, it just doesn't work. Like, Final Fantasy XIV, just as an example, just, it doesn't work that way. And another problem is also that usually when it's not done, like even if you have a Spellblade done exactly to the prescriptions of this individual, they'll be like, no, I didn't mean it like that. I meant like that, but in a good way. You know what I mean? It's like, I guess people might still be doing this, but you know, like a month or two ago, maybe even 3 months ago, when people started fantasizing about how to fix Dark Knight. Zachariah says, isn't it funny that often the best answer to a video how to ruin a job is to bring back janky mechanics that used to exist in previous patches? Well, it wasn't always the case in my video. But yes. The thing that I found funny while we're on the subject of that video is a lot of people, a bunch of people, were like, why, like, if you just added TP back, you would ruin most jobs. Like, I'm just saying, it would only ruin the AoE rotation on most jobs. The single target would basically be unaffected. It'd just be like, oh, okay, I'll use Invigorate every 2 minutes then. Whatever. Thank you, Aradil. You see, that's also a way you could do it, Darth. But that's exactly what I mean, is that I feel like a lot of the time when people think Spellblade, like, one way you can do it is the way Red Mage has done it. Another way you can do it is, well, it's actually a melee DPS, but it uses magic. So Reaper? Because technically Reaper does use magic. Like, in a way, it uses magic. No, like, you infuse the blade with magic. You see, Spellblade. Yes. So what's the, like, what does it do when you empower it? It's like a damage buff? Like, there's a many ways you could make a Spellblade. But it would, like, some of the ways you could do it will basically be, okay, well, you basically made a different job that we already had, just with a different coat of paint, right? But yeah, that's kind of the problem, is that, and if we go to the Dark Knight thing I was going to go about, is some players would be like, oh, you just have to add this thing back that Dark Knight lost. But there's a reason it was removed. Like, if you add Dark Arts back exactly as it was before Shadowbringers, because, oh, it was way cooler back then, because there you had choice in what you wanted to spend your MP on, because, like, you could boost your defensive options. Yeah, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that. It would be a DPS loss. You rarely did that in Stormblood, where you had the option. So why would you do it now, where it's even less of a good idea? Like, when people go, we want the old Dark Arts back, then, like, the counter question to that is, how often do you use TBN and get mad when a barrier doesn't break? Because that's how all of those options work. It's like using TBN, but the shield will not break. You don't get a refund. Sometimes you gotta look at the fun factor, though, instead of the correct option. See, the thing is, Arknights, I agree with you, but the problem is that basically, gamers on the internet don't care. Like that's essentially the problem. Is that there is a fun way to do things, and you can do that in like, you know, easily you can do some weird shenanigans in a single player game, or you can do it with your friends. But if you do something hyper janky with strangers, that's kind of annoying, right? And the thing is, you might be thinking, well, that's not a big deal, I don't mind, but I'm just saying, I don't really mind that people try to like have fun with it and do whatever they want, but it isn't considerate, for instance, to play Black Mage with only ice magic because you think that's more fun. Like, that's not considerate to the rest of the group. Especially if you're doing it deliberately knowing that it isn't the best choice. Like, I know I keep getting back to that, but it's like the perfect example because most people understand what I mean when I say that. And if you add other jobs, or if you add quote-unquote wrong options to other jobs, then you just have more of those. Like, it just means you have more of those. The thing that makes it really difficult is because the funny thing with Dark Knight having the option to choose defense is way more interesting when we take 5 seconds to look at, but what does Dark Knight do in, like, oh, I don't know, content where you don't have a healer? Like, what about those? Why is it that jobs are not allowed to have, like, weird options for, you know, unusual content, right? Like, why is that not a thing? Like, here's the thing. If you go far enough back in Final Fantasy XIV's history, Blizzard 1 used to apply heavy. Like, Blizzard 1 used to be basically Frostbolt from World of Warcraft. It also did what it does now, but it straight up basically slowed like Frostbolt. And if you go a little bit forward from that, role actions, Black Mage and Summoner and Red Mage had Break, which applied heavy. And they also had Drain, which stole HP. They both sucked. Like, both of them sucked damage-wise, so, like, you had no reason to use them if you didn't need them specifically for that utility that they provided. But they were there. Why can't we have those? Like, what is there a problem with mages having those options? Which is basically the same as me saying, is there a problem in Dark Knight having Dark Arts and the ability to choose to use their resources for defense? And I think I talk about this in the optimization kills flexible design video, that if you give Dark Knight the option to have more defense when they need it, then balance-wise, you have to assume that the Dark Knight can use that. So the job's toolkit as a whole has to be balanced around the fact that Dark Knight would basically be able to, like, tune their damage and defense a little bit depending on what's needed. Which would mean that maybe Dark Knight is like, oh, well, it actually does way more damage than everyone else if it does not use its resource on defense, but if it does not use its resource on defense, then its defense sucks. So you have to use it on defense. Or do you? Right? Bitsfox says they are only a problem when they compete with optimality for slots, because then they will never be picked. It's complicated. Because the thing is, Bitsfox, right now, we're in a situation where the current ultimate Pictomancer is so good that the story goes that if you bring a Pictomancer among your DPS jobs, then it doesn't actually matter what your other 3 DPS jobs are. But if you don't bring a Pictomancer, then it kinda matters what your other 3 DPS are, or what all your 4 DPS are, because Pictomancer makes such a big splash. Is that a problem? I don't know. It's a little crazy that you have a job that basically nearly de facto just auto gets a spot because it's that strong, right? If Dark Knight having the capacity to like adjust its damage and defense on the fly means that it has the capacity to be the tankiest, but also the capacity to be the damagiest, then the problem is, how do you balance that so that Dark Knight doesn't get to do either? Like, if it goes super tank mode, then it doesn't do enough damage and you have a problem. If it goes full damage, then you don't have enough defense and then you have a problem. The reason why neither kind of works is because, well, if you bring a Pictomancer, like, that's not exactly how it's going to work. Like, as other people have pointed out, in Savage, where there's basically nearly full uptime all the way, Pictomancer is fine, right? It's not busted. It's fine. It's a little strong, but it's fine. But the idea is, if you bring the busted DPS, then it doesn't matter that the Dark Knight kind of sandbags on the damage, and then they're basically immortal. Hypothetically, right? If you have this, like, tuning system. On the other hand, if the Dark Knight does the most damage when it's not defending itself, you bring a Dark Knight and then a tank that can support the Dark Knight a little bit better when needed, and then you have the Dark Knight play off tank. Then you just have the Dark Knight play off tank. Boom. And then you have the tank that does the most damage with with an irrelevant drawback. And that's kind of the problem. Then you can also go, well, what if they have those options, but they're just like middle of the pack? Like, when they go full damage, they're second on damage, and when they go full defense, they're second on defense. Why would you play Dark Knight then? Because then it would mean that if they're doing neither, they're below average, right? So that's the reason why they basically have to overshoot everyone else, because when they then even out, then they'll probably be in the middle when they're, like, average on both. And that's the problem, is that it's really, really hard to balance this right. And it's a lot easier to balance this right if the players don't have the capacity to make it weird. Like, just imagine that, like, Black Mage non-standard rotations, like, slowly fade into the screen. It's just like, developers are like, alright, I think we finally stamped out this weird thing with non-standard by making it so they have to cast Blizzard 4. Well, they have a little bit of a mobility problem, because non-standard helped them with mobility back in Endwalk. What do we do about that? Well, we could give them Ice Paradox back. And then get Ice Paradox back. Immediately, a non-standard line appears. Now you can finish your fire state with an like you swift cast on Despair, and then you transpose out and use Paradox. If you have Lucid Dreaming running, you just need to stay in there just long enough to get 800 MP, then you can transpose back and Despair again. Like, if your Mana Font is almost ready. Oh, that's not so bad. That's really niche. But they still have, like, a little bit of mobility problem. What could we do? What if we made Despair instant? It kind of makes sense. Like, then it's like the spells that summon a Pillar of Fire or Ice are instant, and they are also the ones you, like, refresh your state with. Sure, let's try that. And then you just see the list, the line upon line of non-standard sequences because Despair is instant now. It's just whoops. You gave them this little bit too much, and now it got weird again. Is that bad? Probably not. Like, the thing is, I'm pretty sure that's what sells Black Mage. Right? Like, that's exactly what the Black Mages signed up for. That's what they wanted. They wanted to be like the gray-bearded wizard man sitting there. Like, well, not necessarily man. Could also be like an old witch. Who knows? That sits there like figuring out weird magic spells. And instead of magic spells, they figure out weird sequences. Right? Like, they're sitting there conjuring up forbidden magic. Which is what it is, right? That's basically what it is. It's forbidden magic. That's exactly what they wanted. That's basically Black Mage in a nutshell. So, is that a problem? I don't think so. Tanking AoEs and ley lines. Dark Knight says, my Black Mage main friend actually doesn't care about non-standard and doesn't like it. He likes turret cast of anything, which is funny because of all the mobility now. Well, the good news is that because they've given so much mobility to the standard rotation now, you're fine without the non-standard. It's just you can like do slightly more with non-standard, which... Like, that was the problem with Endwalker, is that in Endwalker, non-standard was very complicated to get into. But it did slightly more damage than the normal rotation, and it was a lot more mobile. By giving, like, the tools of the standard Black Mage mobility, the standard Black Mage is mostly fine for mobility, I would say. It probably doesn't need all that, like all that non-standard shenanigans. But non-standard can then exist and do slightly more and allow those that want to cook to do that. But I just think it's really, really funny. Let's see. Oh yeah, two things was also Perrin said all the summoner clears of the new ultimate has been terribly unoptimized, absolutely terrible rotation decisions. That is actually something that I also wanted to talk about. That is a really weird conversation to have. Is that there's two sides to this, I would say, in regards to the ultimate stuff. The one side is that Pixelmancer is admittedly really good in the new ultimate. Like, no doubt about that, it's really good. There's also the part that Pixelmancer is considered one of the easier jobs. Like, it's on the easier side. It's like it's no Viper, it's no Summoner in terms of like mobility. But it, like, I would say it's probably easier to optimize Pictomancer than it is to optimize Red Mage or Black Mage. In my opinion. So Pictomancer would probably fare better in a fight that is really hard. Like, already really hard. And then it also has that, like, damage composition advantage. That the shape of its damage is really good in Final Fantasy XIV, because 2-minute burst, and it scales well with downtime. This was something we predicted, was Pixelmancer was probably going to be really good at ultimates, because ultimates have, downtime between phases and whatnot. And turns out it did. I don't think it's as busted as people made it out that it would be, but it is really strong. Summoner, by comparison, just as one example, Summoner by comparison does not have the advantage of being crazy good in fights with a lot of downtime. Yes, it means that they get more percentage of their combat being Bahamut. That's nice. But, I mean, its filler rotation is pretty good. So it's like, it's not as big of a colossal spike as Pixelmancer's burst is. That's one thing. The other thing is, if someone is also forced to do their rotation when other classes could hold for burst, also that. So you could say Summoner's damage composition is kind of bad for an ultimate, because it doesn't really have the same capacity to, like, hold it for later when it's needed. It just goes, and just has spikes of varying sizes on the way. Now, the first problem is, we have a very good idea of what Pictomancer can do in the current ultimate, because it's not that. It's a disturbingly high percentage of groups that have brought a Pictomancer. Which actually means that it is actually really hard to determine whether the the way people clear the duty is entirely based around the Pictomancer being present, right? Like we don't have a lot of data, as it was not there. With that, I don't know, maybe that would change the times where, like, the phases change and whatnot, so that Summoner did better? I don't know. But, like, we've had so few of them that who knows? Furthermore, in contrast to how many clears with Pictomancer there's not a lot of clears with some of the other mages. Hey, Mia, hope you're doing well. We wiped on floor 193. That's what you've missed? And because there's not that much data, and especially for jobs like, well, actually Red Mage has an okay representation, like an alright one, but Red Mage and Black Mage and Summoner does not have that much representation by comparison, so it's really hard. I did not promise I would clear Emir. You said I would clear, I'm pretty sure. Maybe that's the reason why it gave me so much bad luck. Was because Palace of the Dead got offended that we were so confident last time. But the problem is that because we don't have that much data, we don't know how many... Well, actually, we don't know how well a Summoner could do, because they might not have had enough practice or enough clears to actually get it. Like, there's also I can't remember how the story went, but I have heard of cases where people were like, well, we had a Summoner in the group, and we had trouble with, like, a DPS check, and then the Summoner switched to Pictomancer, and we cleared in, like, 2 pulls. Which means that we've also, right now, we're in a state where some groups are so confident in the power of Pictomancer that if a Summoner or a Black Mage or a Red Mage, even if it's like solo mage group, might just be told, can you play Pictomancer? Like, do you have a Pictomancer alt ready? Essentially, like, is that geared as well? And if they go yes, then it's like, can you go Pictomancer? It means that they don't actually get the chance to figure it out, because it's just, I mean, it's easier if you just go Pictomancer. I know, Silvermint. I was watching the World First Race, and there were multiple groups that went melee, ranged, physical, and double mage. And speaking of ranged physical, it's difficult, because, like, the thing is, they do provide utility. Right? Like, they do provide utility. They provide, like, the best defensive cooldown among DPS in terms of, like, raw damage reduction. And Machinist brings an extra one on top. Not good enough for some. So, like, what do we do then? When I say double caster, it's apparently just Pictomancer Red Mage. Yeah, that's also true. Like, that's usually how it goes. It's also because of the race. Also, I did see what you said, P. Right. The second and third bosses are Holy Knights. What if the defensive cooldown isn't actually necessary? Does it matter? Exactly. And that circles back to what I was talking about earlier. If you gave Dark Knight the capacity to choose more defense at the cost of damage, and vice versa, then if choosing to go all damage would make it the best damage output tank, then there would be a pretty strong argument that the off-tank slot in many a group would just be de facto the Dark Knight slot. Yeah, I know, like, they made this whole rework of Dark Knight. You have all these defensive options. What are you going to do with them? I'm not going to use them because the developers decided to balance around me using them, so they made my damage ridiculous when I'm not using them. Like, that's what's gonna happen. Hey, Yusuf, hope you're doing well. You mentioned that, but in the world race, every group was Paladin Dark Knight. Oh yeah, Silvermint, that's a different story. At present, Dark Knight does not have the ability to sacrifice damage for defense. Not really. You have the option to stake damage with the chance of losing it for defense. But if you do it right, that can actually turn around and become a burst gain. So technically, it's not sacrificing your damage for defense. So Dark Knight doesn't have the situation that I described. That doesn't actually exist. It's a hypothetical change. The problem is that apparently there is a section where you're like attacking two enemies, and Paladin's burst being like most of it just straight up out the box being AoE, or at least having an AoE component, means that they have a damage advantage over the other tanks, where, like, I mean, Warrior also has that, but Primal Rend and Primal Ruination is 2, whereas Paladin has 4. Gunbreaker has 1. They also have Bow Shock, and Paladin has Circle of Scorn, right? But, like, that's the idea, is that Paladin and Dark Knight, because Dark Knight has Shadowbringer, and they have Salted Earth and Salt and Darkness and Living Shadow. Like, they also have a lot of incidental AoE damage on their burst. So hard to say. You mean this, can Palace of the Dead stop being so mean to you? Maybe. We still got to floor 193 despite Palace of the Dead being so mean. Yeah, be right on the Holy Knight thing. It does sound interesting, but I have trouble picturing how it would like be unique enough between Paladin and Red Mage. But I do get wanting to have a job that you really like in the game. The Dark Knight not having attacks that use HP as a resource is strange to me too. That's also one where it would be insanely hard to balance it right. And it would also be insanely annoying. I think we've talked about this on a Palace of the Dead stream before, actually. If Dark Knight used HP as a resource, then they would need to have more max HP than the other tanks. Basically as like a way to have like a tank to store the HP that they use for attacking in. How much? Who's to say? But the trick here is that this would actually, that would be a really easy way to describe exactly the problem that I like, or rather to demonstrate the problem that I described earlier. If, let's say, if Dark Knight had twice as much max HP as other tanks, but most of its tools cost HP to use. Then the Dark Knight would be able to, expecting an attack that does a lot of damage, just not spend their HP. And now they have twice as much HP as the other tanks, which means that it would need more healing to get back up, but surely a tank that spends HP would have a way to recover it more easily, right? It would take more time to recover, but that tank would essentially, indirectly, have a 50% damage reduction. Because it just has twice as much HP as the other tanks. That's not damage reduction, but it means that, well, let's just say, I believe the Tank Buster from M4S, like the first tank, like the Tank Buster in Phase 1, like just flat hits for like 360,000 damage. If you had a tank that had twice as much HP as the other tanks, and then a Dark Knight would just be able to like, just take it on the chin and be fine. For the first hit, the second hit would kill them because of the magic vulnerability. But yes. Which means that you've basically landed in the exact situation that I described before. The Dark Knight could choose to exactly imagine the effective HP. The Dark Knight could just choose to not spend, take a hit, and then recover, and when it's safe, they just like go crazy. Or they're the off tank. So they hardly ever have to worry. They just need to make sure they have enough HP every time like a raid-wide attack happens. And if, like, that's one thing. Another thing is that healers would probably hate that Dark Knight. Because the Dark Knight might go, well, I mean, I can survive this tank boss, like, well, not this tank, but this raid-wide with 40% HP because I'm a tank. But the healers will basically see, like, warning, alarm, someone is not healthy for the Tank Buster. And if you have a Scholar, that's the tank, that's the Dark Knight healer. That's basically free resources for the Dark Knight. EOS, not yours, that's the Dark Knights. If you use Dissipation, the Dark Knight immediately starts to lose DPS. Don't do that. And all resources that you have to spare goes to healing the Dark Knight. Oh, you could use Energy Drain. Nah, you're using Lustrator on the Dark Knight. Better just use Excogitation on cooldown on the Dark Knight. They're going to make it more than Energy Drain. Don't you worry. White Mage laughs as Benediction gets double value. I mean, sure, but the thing is, Benediction has a 3-minute cooldown. So what happens is the Dark Knight just goes full super spam. Just spam all their HP down. Benediction, spam down to a safe threshold. It basically means that... Can Benediction crit? No. But it heals for full HP anyway, so it wouldn't do anything if it did crit. But yeah, basically, if you had a job that used HP as a resource, it would be really, really stupid. Like, just straight up record scratch, that would be really stupid. Because it would mean that, like, every time the healer is attacking, there is the question of, would it have been better to just heal the tank? Because the tank can make that healing into more damage. And it would also have the problem that you would, like... Think for a moment about all the Dark Knights you have met, because I'm sure you've all met at minimum one that don't use TPN and just mash Edge of Darkness or Edge of Shadow or Flood of Darkness or Flood of Shadow until they don't have MP. And then, like, if you ask, could you use TPN? They're like, but I use my MP for damage. Like... There is a real possibility that they would do the exact same thing and then die. And then be like, where was the heals? And you're like, I mean, I'm attacking too, you know? Relax. Like, hold your horses. Maybe don't spend more than you yourself can replace. Yeah, I sold something. But yeah, exactly, like, they basically made the like they drew the line of connecting with your dark side as a Dark Knight costs MP, and the dark side is what gives you your powers, mostly. And then they made that connection that's why you're spending MP instead of HP in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, they established a fantasy where it makes sense. A health-based Dark Knight would be better as DPS than as a tank. It would be slightly better, and then you remember... Imagine that. Consider that for a second, Gerald. We have actual samurais that ask if it's okay if they can stand in the bed with Tengetsu for a 10 Kenki damage increase every so often. If the samurai figures out that it can survive the shared tank buster with Tengetsu, they'll ask to share it with them and not the other tank. If they can, they'll do it. Imagine if samurai didn't have Kenki, but straight up just could click Shinten and just slice HP out of themselves to stab the opponent with. Like, that's basically what they're doing. And they will do that happily. In fact, if you check that One Thing to Ruin Every Job video that I made, there are multiple samurais going, yes? Of course I want that change. I want Tengetsu to make me take more damage if it means that I can do even more damage. Absolutely, I will take it. I won't even flinch. Just give it. Give it here immediately. So yes, an HP-based DPS would work slightly better than a tank because it wouldn't, like, play with the defensive portions, but it would have the same problem because it would just mean that you would have a DPS going turbo smash on their damage buttons and then be surprised that they died. Weird. Chili Tater says, I thought it was love. Well, that's something that kind of gets established in the level 50-60 range, where they're like, it's the dark side, which is like what the Dark Knight taps into for their powers, isn't like an evil side. It's a heavily emotional side, which means that having strong emotions can make you more powerful as a Dark Knight. And a really strong emotion is love. Which means that Dark Knights get really, really strong when they're protecting those that they love. Which is why we call them Love Knights. Absolutely not, Sylvain. Love says, are you a Necromancer yet? Nope, we wiped on floor 193. Dark Knight gets really, really strong in Honeybee Lovely. Yeah, if only you could attack while you overcome with love. What do you mean, Deiru? But yeah, basically... Nog says, why did you let me die? My brother in the 12, you dropped yourself to 10%. That's what I've said before, Deiruru. I don't think I would have tried this on my, like, alone. It's a lot more fun with like by like hanging out with people and friends and stuff. It also means that I can like do those floors we just did back without like with me just auto like just doing it automatically as like background noise while we talk about something else, because it's that easy in the early runs or in the early stages. That's good to hear, Zaf. I hope you'll get further soon. When you look at the time. I don't know what you're saying, Nox. We were overtime an hour ago. "17 Master says, Samurai would activate that skill, the one where you spend HP, right as the raid wight is halfway cast and expect healers to instantly notice, drop everything, and specifically save them." Absolutely. They'd probably be spamming the attack and then be like, some of them will be like, "Why did I die?" And some of them will be like, "Where were my heals?" And then some of them would be like, "Oh right, the raid wide. Should have probably held for that one. Yeah, I'll get it next time." Narrator, they did not get them next time. Smash cut to the next try, dies because they spent their HP, and the raid wide lands. Is it narrator, Emir? Yeah, sure. Naruto says this. Says it instead. "He did not do it next time. Dr. Bio." But that's kind of the reason why, yeah, believe it, that's kind of the reason why you can't have a job in PvE spend their HP as a resource. Because it would not go down well. Like, the funny thing is that it could probably work. It could probably work. The problem is that I would say Final Fantasy XIV has been gradually developing in a direction where job design and game design in general aim to make it so that there is as little friction between players as possible. I don't know how much that makes sense, but essentially the main interaction between jobs in a duty is mainly in giving each other something. And also, as Sadie says, if you do the intuitive thing, you should be okay, basically. And then we have Black Mage, where apparently a lot of people don't get it at all. Like a funny example of this. I could give a funny example of this. Because the thing is, you can make something where all you have to do is give someone something. You just have to give them something, and people can still get mad about it. Like, they get mad that you don't give them the thing they know you have. As in, if you weren't there, or if you were something else where you couldn't give them that, they would have no reason to be mad. But because you have the ability to give them that thing, and you don't, now they're mad. In Stormblood, when I came into the game, where we had role actions, all melee DPS had 2 role actions that recovered TP. One of them was called Invigorate, which just restored TP instantly, right? Just wham, you get some TP. Easy game. The other was called Goad, and used to be Ninja exclusive. And what it did is you couldn't use it on yourself, but you could use it on someone else and make them restore TP over like 30 seconds. It wasn't like a gigantic amount, but like it was basically like you have 2 TP recovery options instead of 1. The thing is, in Stormblood, you could only have 5 role actions, and most jobs had 10. As in, you had to choose 5. So you obviously choose 5 things that help you survive. Right? Like, you choose defensive options for yourself, you choose utility options for yourself, you choose the TP recovery option for yourself. You don't choose gold, because that's not for you. You like yourself better than you like that rando over there. But because I'm the warrior, and I only have equilibrium to recover my TP, I don't get invigorate, but you have gold, and our other DPS is a mage. And you didn't pick gold so that I could use overpower more for our AoE. You didn't give me gold. So now I'm mad at you. Even though if you had also been a mage, then I just would have dealt with it. I would have just not had gold. Then it would have just been me and my own TP recovery. And we would have figured it out. But because you have the option to have gold, and you didn't pick it, you're a jerk now. 'Cause reasons. And when you think about it like that, it becomes really, really difficult to give players something to interact with each other with. If you don't know exactly what I mean, have you ever played or been in a duty with a dancer? And someone got mad that you didn't, that either you or that dancer didn't partner with them specifically? Ever experienced that? Anyone? Show of hands. That's gold. If the dancer hadn't been there, then you would have no reason to be mad. But because the bard is there, not the bard, the dancer, because the dancer's there, you're losing out on something you could have had, and now you're mad. 'Cause reasons. Dancer partner's a tank. Oh yeah, that's a good one as well. But yeah, that's basically what it boils down to. It's that dumb. That says, I've been annoyed when I have the most HP as a Pictomancer and they give it to a minimum eye level melee. Never been mad though. Yeah, to be fair, when I gave the example with the warrior thing, I wasn't mad either. Like, the amount of annoyance I had as the tank in that case amounted to me being like, then I guess I don't get to AoE as much as I wanted to. And then we move on. Fine. Whatever. Who cares? Like, maybe they actually entered the duty, looked around and went, oh, the other DPS is a mage, I don't need to bring gold. And then they forgot the part where I wasn't a Dark Knight, so my AoE didn't hinge on MP, but rather TP. It's like, it's really hard to make an MMO with this much player-like interaction as there is, and somehow make it so that there's so little friction. And the thing is, the less friction there is, the more, like, the more picky we can be with what we get mad about. Right? Like, if a dungeon was actually insanely hard and you were just happy that the white mage knew how to heal at all, then you would have no reason to complain that they weren't casting stone. Dayru says, I'm really curious how they handle job identity next expansion while maintaining the balance. I have suggested recently on the Discord, wild speculation, that imagine, wild speculation everyone, just I don't know, like warning label. I'm not saying this is going to be the case. I don't even know if they believe in that. Maybe they deliberately want Pictomancer to be a little insane. Like, they want Pictomancer to be a little crazy. Just to have, like, one outlier that is crazy strong. And they are like, as you see, they're buffing the other jobs to catch it up. But in reality, they're actually, like basically, like, carrot on a stick, keeping Pictomancer just slightly ahead of everyone for the entire expansion, just to make it clear that, well, is it really that big of a deal if one of the jobs is really strong? Is it that bad? So that when they come with the prophesized 8.0, prophesized because they said so, 8.0, like, job identity expansion, when everything is just crazy unbalanced, the players will be like, at least Pictomancer isn't busted the entire expansion again. Like, that would be really funny if that was actually how it ended up going. That 8.0 comes out, all the jobs are amazingly unique and interesting, but, like, the job balance is completely screwed. Like, completely. And then, like, the reason why is that it would just be, well, I mean, whether Pictomancer is our god for an expansion, or Bard is again, because Bard was decaying in Stormblood, I believe, does it matter, right? Whatever. Since they already made that game with Final Fantasy XI. Well, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It was a funny thought, because I was like, I don't know. What could be the reason why this is happening, right? Like, why the things are like the way that they are. My guess is that, as Perrin said, for example, Summoner isn't as bad as it actually looks in the logs for the current ultimate. The problem is that Summoners are not being allowed to actually optimize, because before they get a chance to, people will be like, can you just go Pictomancer? It'll be easier that way. So we have very little idea of how good Summoner will actually be, because most of the clears that we actually might have seen on FF logs are, you know, the amazing first clear where you just crash over the finish line with a completely busted car, and there your performance is going to be bad. Like, there your performance is going to be terrible compared to when you just nail it. So the Summoners haven't gotten the chance to actually demonstrate what they are capable of. But Pictomancer has, and Pictomancer is very capable. So we don't know for sure. It is possible that the developers see something that we don't. It is also possible that the developers were like, yeah, we see that Pictomancer is, like, it's ahead in Savage. But that's fine. Like, that's okay. We don't mind that. We'll buff the other jobs, like, slowly to make sure we don't break anything on the way. Like, we'll make sure we, like, rediscover the balance that we want. We'll get there. It's probably not that broken when there's when there's downtime. It's probably fine. And then, like, they might have not tested that much on it. They may go, well, I mean, we managed to beat it with not Pictomancer. Like, who knows how they tested it. And then they see how insanely, like, how really strong Pictomancer is relative to the other jobs. Or, alternatively, how insane Pictomancer appears for the players, because that is a relevant factor. Like, if a job appears to be completely useless, to the players, then it's only a matter of time before that job starts to get flat out excluded from content. Why would we bring the garbage job? And that might be something they have to like rebalance on quickly if a job is really, really bad. Similarly, if a job is really, really, really strong, you can read it as Pictomancer's busted. You can also read it as the other mages suck. Like, you pick. You can also choose all the other DPS jobs suck. It's just that because we have this expectation, we know that all the other jobs don't suck. So when we see the jobs that we know don't suck are weak relative to Pictomancer. Again, I'm like making a little bit of a hypothesis here, right? Then the suggestion is, well, Pictomancer's probably too strong then. It's not that everyone else is too weak, it's that Pictomancer's too strong. And then we have to figure out what happens then. Didn't we have that issue last expansion with Machinist and I think Warrior being excluded from Party Finders? I remember that in the very first raid tier of Endwalker, Paladin started to get excluded. And then Paladin got a buff. And then they stopped getting included. I believe the second raid tier, they also ran into that problem a little bit again. But it was literally like, in the second raid tier, I specifically remember it was almost like an Indiana Jones, like the place like falling behind you, and you just like, you have your friends like getting run over by the boulder as you run. Like what was happening in the first 2 weeks of the second raid tier was like Machinist and Red Mage and Warrior and Paladin like run from the exclusion boulder, and then Machinist got excluded. And the thing is, the way it worked was that people were like, well, Machinist is kind of bad, we should probably not bring Machinist. That's the problem. Now that Machinist is out of the runnings, well, I mean, Warrior is also kind of bad, and then they get excluded. You know, now that I think on it, Paladin's also kind of bad. And then, like, they were, like, starting to look hungrily at the Red Mage. And then P8S got an HP nerf. And then people were like, oh, no, it isn't a problem anymore. Even though it wasn't actually really a problem. It was it was a gear issue when it comes to it, and maybe a skill issue. But it was literally, like, the duty was hard enough that players started to, like, point fingers at each other and go, it's your fault. And if the problem is a DPS check, then the first thing you look at is, well, who's doing the most damage? Who's doing the least damage? And the problem is, and this is something we've seen in World of Warcraft many years ago, bring out your bingo cards, everyone, I managed to get to it, is that when raid team, like the raid team standard got reduced from 40 players to 25 players, the way a lot of people looked at it was, awesome, then we can like clean out the fat, we can just like remove the 15 garbage players and have like an awesome elite squad. Turns out that the 15 garbage players weren't all of the garbage players. So when later they were like, well, now you can actually choose between 10-man and 25-man, a lot of people were like, oh, awesome, we can remove 15 more garbage players. And then they discovered that that they didn't originally raid with 15 clowns. They originally raided with 40 clowns. It's the same idea. Oh, the solution is that we just remove the garbage job. But then it didn't solve it, so you have to remove the second most garbage job, and then the third most garbage job, and then the fourth most garbage job. And yes, exactly, Chili Taters. The problem is a combination, usually, of skill issue and hive mind. And hive mind is what I'm talking about here. It doesn't actually matter whether and this one goes out to Selly because I know Selly cares a little bit much about this one. It doesn't actually matter whether Pictomancer is or is not busted. As far as the majority of the player base of Final Fantasy XIV, Pictomancer's busted. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. The hive mind has decreed that it is busted, so it is busted. And Summoner sucks. They've also decided that. Unfortunately. Sorry, Halfin. And the developers can choose to ignore that, or they can choose to act on that. Sometimes they act on it, sometimes they do something else. Some of us remember in Endwalker when they reworked PvP and the Hive Mind decreed Black Mage sucks in PvP. And then a patch came out that like ultra mega buffed Black Mage. It was basically like, imagine like Yoshi P just went, I'm not gonna take this sitting down. And then just avalanche of buffs. Now Black Mage was God in PvP if you knew how to play it just decently well. It was basically like a new champion in League of Legends is released, and of course it releases overpowered to compensate for people being bad at it, and then 2 weeks later when they've sold, it nerfed. Like boom, problem solved. Or maybe it doesn't get nerfed, who knows, it's been a while since I played League. That was how it felt. But literally on the day where it was like, well, the patch is coming out tomorrow, Yoshi P like put out a discussion piece, you could say, where he basically said, so I've heard that people complain that Black Mage sucks. We have the patch coming out tomorrow. It was in testing. We tested it. It is going to arrive tomorrow. And I have since us everyone giving the okay, the patch coming out, tested Black Mage in First Line Conflict, which was, you know, the testing standard at the time. It still kind of is, I think. And Black Mage is fine. I win with it. I just need to play around Black Mage's weaknesses. He basically said in the most polite way he could, y'all suck. Black Mage is good, you suck. And then Black Mage got mega buffed because that patch was already coming, but the next following patch, they took away like at least half of the buffs, if not more. Just back to where it was, because it didn't need it. You just needed to get good. So it is like, that's the thing, is that if they then go, the player base says that Pictoman is really good, like way too good, what do they do about it? It's difficult, because Pictoman is kind of okay in like Savage content, but it's very good in the new Ultimate, for instance. Like in PvP, they have like a tuning knob of they can just go, well, that job just does less damage in frontline. Wouldn't it be weird if they just made it so that Pictoman does less damage in Ultimates or something? Nope, you get a debuff if you're a Pictoman in here. I don't think they would do that. And in regards to the res tax thing you're talking about, it is a complicated conversation. And the way I usually explain it is, let's say, for the sake of example, that you only need Summoner or Red Mage's res once out of 10 polls. And when I mean once out of 10 polls, I mean once out of 10 successful polls, as in 1 out of 10 times that res will lead to a clear. So if you didn't have it, you would wipe. That's a really specific situation, because it means it's a situation where both healers couldn't do the res, or them doing it would mean that you wipe. So it's really specific, but let's say that was it. What if, hypothetically, Summoner and Red Mage did exactly the same DPS as Pictomancer? That's a little insane right now in the Ultimate context, as we talked about, but let's say that they did, for the sake of example. Why would you choose a Pictomancer then? I mean, okay, sure, over a summoner you could choose Pictomancer for Temperagrasa, but the Red Mage has magic barrier, so it's like you're not losing an entire raid-wide defensive cooldown by choosing a Red Mage. The problem there is that, like, that's exactly what I mean, is that when you're comparing Summoner and Pictomancer, it's like Summoner has like some incidental raid-wide healing, not that important most of the time, but it's nice. It has a lot of personal barriers. It has a res. Pictomancer has a personal barrier or a raid-wide barrier. You can choose one. And it has some incidental healing from Star Prism that may or may not land somewhere where it's useful. Because there's the barrier, raid-wide barrier versus res, like, that's a, like, depending on what you need, that's actually a fair comparison. Then you replace Summoner with Red Mage, and Red Mage also has a raid-wide defensive cooldown. It's a little bit more specific, but it's there, and it also has res. It doesn't have all the incidental healing that Summoner or Pictomancer has. Does that matter? But if we actually removed the DPS argument by saying they're all equally strong, I think the concern with the DPS jobs with a res is when would you not pick the one with the res? Like, if you had Red Mage and Pictomancer, and they're equally strong DPS-wise, the only choice you're making is the utility. Res and Magic Barrier, or Temperagrasa. And also Star Prism heal, I guess. I think you're choosing the res. Like, who cares about Magic Barrier? You're choosing the res. If you have res and incidental healing from Phoenix and Luxoraris, and like, you know, res, and then you have Temperagrasa, it's slightly closer because sometimes Temperagrasa could mean you didn't need the res. But Magic Barrier could do that, but Summoner doesn't have that. So maybe you'd actually choose Pictomancer here, but that's the problem. That's why it's a difficult conversation to have, because it's really hard. Like, that's part of the reason why the main measurement. Yeah, we are in the rant discussions part of Palace. You could say that, Yannick. I think we're wrapping up in a moment, but the reason why we basically just have one common metric that we use for comparing jobs, and that's DPS, is because all the other components are really, really hard to compare. Yes, we have healing, like, passes, but like, you can do a duty really, really well, which results in you needing to heal less, and then you get a really bad pass because you didn't heal very much, because you didn't need to heal very much. Right? And then we get to the utility part, and utility is like, it depends on what you need. If you could just like look into the future and go, well, in this pull we're doing right now, Bob will die, so we need to bring a Red Mage. And in the pull after that, Anna will get hit by a raid wide and not survive, but if they had a barrier of 10% of their max HP, then they would survive. Then you're picking the Pictomancer. No, it's also physical damage, so magic barrier wouldn't help. That's the thing, is that the utility that you need depends on the situation, and sometimes one utility is way better than a different utility, and that's the reason why sometimes these utilities, quote-unquote, cost something. The thing that makes it difficult in this conversation is because normally the way we've sometimes been able to have these conversations is that in the past we've been able to go, well, Black Mage doesn't really provide anything utility-wise. They have Addle, but all mages have Addle, so if we assume you're bringing a mage, then that doesn't really count. And Red Mage and Summoner has utility that Black Mage does not have. So Black Mage doing more damage is basically, you have a lineup, you have a Black Mage, a Red Mage, and a Summoner, and you walk up to each of them and say, why should I pick you? The red mage goes, I have a res, I have magic barrier. I also have a cure, but I don't think you care about that. The summoner goes, I do a lot of, like, I just pulse healing occasionally. And I have a res. And I also take less damage sometimes, because I have a barrier I can use frequently. And then you get to the black mage, and the black mage goes, I hit things hard. Harder than those guys. And now you have a reason to bring each of them, depending on what you need. But then you add Pictomancer to the lineup, and it's like, and this is where the problems arrive in the discussion, is that you go to Pictomancer, and Pictomancer goes, well, I do more damage than all of those, hypothetically. Or at least I do just as much as that guy, but I also have a barrier. And I heal a little bit. And that's where the discussion kind of breaks apart, because Pictomancer is basically... It's like the developers just slamming the card on the table and saying there is no utility tax. We just decided that those jobs do that much damage. Because Pictomancer has a utility and it's not getting taxed for it. As hard as the players would think it should. Anyway. I don't know. Anyway, we've brushed changing things in the game, ruining things in the game, Palace of the Dead. We've covered balance, tax, not money tax, but utility tax and whatnot. We've covered we've got a lot of things. And ultimately, I just want everyone to have fun. Big sad that Pictomancers get so much hate because they're so strong. When you step outside to older or side content, it's way different. That's also true. And that's also part of the problem, Arknights. I actually, just final thing, a while ago, actually during the time of that second raid tier that I talked about with, you know, the Indiana Jones analogy, I made a video titled something like how a good job is bad, or something to that effect, where I basically explained that, like, why it is that these jobs, in particular Warrior, Paladin, Machinist, and a little bit Red Mage, are considered bad even though they have good tools. And then I gave examples of where they are good. And the problem is that in some ways the balance of Final Fantasy XIV is the measuring a creature's competence by its ability to climb a tree. And then you ask the fish to climb a tree. And it obviously can't. So it's stupid. And climbing a tree is the savage raid. Fish aren't stupid. I don't think they're stupid either. But that's like the analogy. Find them. With that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, whether the Palace of the Dead part or this discussion section, as we usually end up with having, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to watch it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat here, where you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. You'll also find the announcement room, where you will find links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or a stream or whatever it is, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-fi link in the description. And it all helps support me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing things like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But that'll be it from me. I hope I didn't ruin everyone's mood with this very, very serious conversation about game balance. We all just want to have fun, right? My Savage team does not exclude red mages or summoners. We actually very much like our red mage. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!